A good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us right here at Daystar University at the River Campus. We are currently at the amphitheater. We're going to be interviewing, or we're going to be experiencing the Daystar University debate. That is the presidential debate. We're going to be having members of Congress being on this podium. Every person right here is eager and is anticipating to see who is going to be the next president, who is going to be the next congressperson for my school, who is going to be the next representation, who is going to be the next SG, who is going to be the next governor, who is going to be, So thank you so much for taking your time and choosing to be right here. Remember, I'm Ndichu, and I'm going to be your MC for the day. So stay tuned as we get to understand. The treasurer is going to be stepping up right now. All the contenders of the treasurer debate are going to be up. We're going to be having members of our International Students Association right here at Daystar stepping up to the podium. We're going to be having a debate with the campus secretary. That is both for Nairobi campus and the main campus that is at the river. We're going to have a little bit of sensitization so that when students get to the ballot, they know how to not make mistakes and how to make the right choice. We're going to be having a debate with the Secretary General, the Deputy President, and finally, the President himself. So stay tuned. Remember, you can share this live with your friends. The hashtag is Daystar Decides 2025. And right about now, I would like to introduce on stage contenders for the treasurer position. Allow me to invite on stage Purity Wangoi. The other contender that is about to come right here on stage is Charlie Chebet. Now, we're going to have a session. We're going to have a session of about 30 minutes. We're going to have a session of about 30 minutes with our panelists asking the questions. And then we're going to have a session of about 10 minutes where we take all questions from the audience. So I hope that all our questions to the treasurer are ready. Is that so? All right, then you're ready to go. Take it away.
Good evening to us all. To all the aspirants, thank you so much for setting time to be here. Good evening to us all. To all the aspirants, thank you so much for being here. Those on stage, I just want to encourage you while there, please don't feel pressured, don't feel like you're on trial. In case you feel pressured, just breathe in and out, because we need to understand what you have for us. Holding an office is the students entrusting you with that office. So we want the best responses from you. Just take your time, but also we expect you to be well prepared for you to respond to these concerns. We wish you all the best. I'll invite our first panelist who will ask her questions. Thank you. All the best.
Good evening, everyone. To our aspirants, thank you for making it to this debate today, and congratulations for making it thus far in the process. We will each have questions for you, which we would like to, you to answer from my left to my right, and I think I can get right into it. So the first question that I am posing to both aspirants: under the Constitution, which article establishes your office, and what are the roles that are enshrined within it? Yes, you may proceed, Ms. Shirley Chebet.
Yes. As stated in the Constitution under Article 21, I am mandated to do the following: prepare the DUSA annual budget in conjunction with the Council, submit the approved budget to the Congress for final approval, execute a student activity budget in conjunction with the council, to also have the accounts of association be audited by the audit committee and provide a report for the council.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you for that. We can move on to Ms. Purity Wangoi.
Good afternoon, Daystar. Okay, as it is stipulated in Article 21 of the DUSA Constitution, the following are mandated to me as the DUSA Treasurer. One is to prepare the DUSA financial budget in consultation with the council members, to submit the approved budget to the council members for final approval, to prepare a monthly statement of expense for the council, to prepare a detailed financial reports for each academic year, to ensure that all financial records of DUSA have been audited by the Audit and Risk Committee, and also to execute student activity budget in conjunction with the council.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your responses. And you have both mentioned a very important role that
Silence, kindly.
that is concerned with the budget. And now I would like you to explain to us, again, directed to both candidates, what is the process of preparing this budget that you have mentioned, and what is the process of the budget approval? Starting with Ms. Shali Chebet.
So the process of creating this DUSA annual budget is to sit down with the council and to also have the chief finance manager there and have this budget created, have it approved by CPA Phyllis Mutua, who is our chief finance manager, and then submit it to the Congress for final approval.
Thank you. Miss Purity, you may proceed. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. In formulating the DUSA budget, I have to sit down with my fellow council members and come up with a proposed financial budget. Each of the council members, from the president, the deputy, the secretary general, the ISADU president, and the campus governors, each of them gives me a proposed budget for each docket. I have to prepare it, submit it to the school management. Once they formulate their budget, I will sit with them and get to see if it's in line with whatever I have. And then afterwards, I'll table the proposed budget to the congresses for final approval.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. You will receive the next set of questions.
Okay. I have two questions for each one of... Okay, two questions.
Silence,
and
kindly.
the two of you are required to answer the question. So I'm going to start with a very simple question for both of you. Why are you interested in becoming the DUSA treasurer, and what unique qualities do you bring to this position? Starting with her, and then we proceed to Purity.
Okay. So the reason why I chose to vie for this treasurer position is because I have worked at Avenue Hospital, where I learned how to do reporting and budgeting. I am also a member of ISEC under the Finance, Legalities and Administration portfolio, where we deal with the finances of the entity. And I believe I have the qualities because I do what is right and required. And I know that I will ensure that DUSA funds are utilized effectively.
Order, order.
Purity, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Silence kindly. Let's observe some silence. Let's observe some silence so we can hear her response kindly.
Okay, thank you. To begin with, I'm a person of high integrity and character.
Silence kindly.
I've served as a Congress leader before for my School of Business and Economics. I believe that my leadership experience, my resilience, and my vision for this school makes me a suitable candidate for this position. And I'm looking forward to work hand in hand with my peers to make Daystar a great university.
So my other question to you is that one of your roles, or one of the roles that is required from you, is to submit the approved budget to the Congress for final approval. So what is your understanding of the role of the Congress in this process, and how will you ensure effective communication with them? Starting with you and then proceed.
So the procedure that is to be done is to have them in the House and take them through how the budget works from the first sizing to the last, and ensure that they understand whatever is required of the budget.
Can we please have silence? Thank
Let's
you.
have some silence.
Okay, thank you. How to make the Congresses understand about the DUSA budget, I need to have a sitting with them and get to understand what really the DUSA budget is and what it contains. I'll show them how the funds are allocated to the relevant offices, such that when the students, when their constituents approach them concerning the DUSA budget, they already know what is inside and who to consult when it comes to the relevant matters.
Purity, alluding from what you've just said a few minutes ago, you have a vision to make Daystar great, which is so impressive. And you've also mentioned you've served as a Congress. Drawing from your manifesto that you came up with while vying for Congress position, could you at least tell the students some of your achievements for them to be sure that when you are entrusted with this position, you are actually going to perform?
Okay, thank you. I've served in the past tenure as the Congress representative for the School of Business and Economics. One of the important factors that I was able to do is to streamline the process of registering units here in Athi River. I was able to work hand in hand with my HOD. I was able to come up with a proposed timetable, a draft timetable before the next semester, so that when the students are coming for the next semester, they already know what is in place for them to choose. I was able to run a series of events in my school. Last semester, we had a successful public lecture at Valley Road campus. This semester, we were able to conduct an industrial visit to KEMSA, whereby the students were able to get an experience of whatever happens in the real world apart from the theory work in class. I was able to...
Time is up.
Your time is up. Thank you. Now, a question to all of you. Silence, please. A question to all of you. Now, generally, Kenya as a country, we have limited resources. Daystar is no exception to it. As DUSA treasurer, in situations where there's budget deficit, what policies are you going to put forward to advise the council on other measures of sourcing resources? Also, if you mention something to do with partnership with other, organizations or any other body, why will they choose Daystar? What measures, what is the selling point that you'll have for it to be considered? Maybe I'll start with her.
Okay. By identifying corporate sponsorships, donors, and NGOs.
Silence, kindly.
By identifying corporate sponsorships, partners, NGOs, and donors whose values align with our school, have a written proposal to them, and have them sponsor us. The reason as to why I feel like this will work is because we'll share the same values.
Silence, please. Purity can proceed.
Thank you. Financial resources are ever limited, and we have unlimited ones. So first of all is to identify professional and beneficial sponsors for our events. I'll have to sit with them before they schedule before they come up with a budget for their next financial year, such that when they formulate their budget, they have my proposals included in them, such that when I have a budget deficit, they already have a portion that they can give me, the funds that they can give me, since they had already included it while formulating their budgets.
Good evening. To all candidates, I'm wishing you all the best. My question to you, I'll start with Purity. Given the past negligence in ensuring proper financial accountability, how will you guarantee that the association accounts are thoroughly audited by the audit committee, passed by the Congress for approval, and that it is in a timely and transparent manner that the students can be able to see? How will you hold yourself and others accountable to that process? Thank you.
Okay, not to threaten anyone, but it doesn't require much to do what is right. So once I get to office, hopefully, I'll ensure that I have a competent audit and risk committee that has undergone thorough scrutiny by the office of the Dean of Students, the Dean of Students, the finance manager, and the congresses. I'll sit with them to ensure that we have a monthly, they carry out a monthly audit for their reports to avoid workloads, and also ensure that all the relevant offices in the DUSA Council have adhered to the specifics of the budget.
Ms. Charlene?
Yes, so under my office, there is an audit committee that does the audits for each and every council office. I'll also have open budget discussions with the Congress and the council as well to ensure transparency and accountability. I will also ensure that there's regular finance reporting.
So my other questions to both of you, what is...
Let's observe some silence, kindly.
what is your financial vision for DUSA if elected as the treasurer?
My financial vision for DUSA is to be transparent and to be accountable.
Thank you. My financial vision of Daystar is to run a successful student.
For DUSA.
Sorry?
For DUSA, not for Daystar.
Okay. Thank you. For my financial vision for DUSA is to ensure that I run a transparent and credible office that has a student-centered interest, to ensure that all interests of the students are adhered to, as well as the administration.
Thank you, our aspirants. We would like to cede the floor and open it to questions, which will be conducted by Ms. Ndichu. But also a kind request to the audience, kindly wait for the aspirants to finish answering the question before you can cheer. Thank you.
So I'm going to bring the mic to you. Does anyone have a question? Just raise your hand. I'm going to bring the microphone to you.
Calvin Martin Mokaya, and my question goes, as you can see from this rapprochement, it's quite clear than crystal that finance is an enigma. So my question goes, are the financial audits truly effective for preventing misuse of funds, or they're just formality?
I'm going to repeat his question for those who did not get it clearly. His question is, are financial audits effective, or are they formalities? Charlie.
Yes. I believe it is effective because it helps uncover fraud and keeps everyone accountable.
Thank you. Purity?
Thank you.
Kindly, let's observe some silence so we can hear her response.
Thank you. I believe that auditing of the finance is effective because they help keep a track of records on how the DUSA budget has been spent, and also it helps to prevent mismanagement or embezzlement of funds.
All right, thank you very much. Question? Raise your hand. I'm going to bring the microphone to you. Anyone with a question going once? Going twice? And there's no question. Thank you so much, Purity Wangoi. Thank you. Remember, the hashtag is Daystar Decides 2025. This is the presidential debate right here at Daystar University at the River Campus. For those of us who are watching this away from here, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm your MC for today. You can call me Ndichu. And for those of us who are here, remember, you can share the live stream link with your friends. That is Daystar University Live on YouTube. Right about now, I just want to reiterate something. But before I do that, I would like to request the contenders for the International Students Association of Daystar University Representation. That is Mr. Julian Kisembo. And Thank you so much. Also, allow me to invite to the stage the next contender for this position. That is Madam Rebecca Mutikanga. Now, allow me to reiterate something. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, allow me to reiterate something. It is 21 minutes past 4 in the PM. We have a bus that is going to be leaving at 5 PM for the university, for the Daystar Valley Road students. So kindly, when a question comes from the panelists, just look at the clock, all right? Let's allow them that 1 minute. Some of the answers may be short, but some of the answers may require the entirety of that 1 minute. So let's allow them enough time to respond, and then we cheer, all right? Thank you very much. To you.
Just to reiterate what she said, remember, cheering is part of your answers. So the more they cheer, the more your time goes. Just know how to control that. All the same, on to our first question.
Thank you very much, aspirants, for making time to be here today. We will proceed to ask questions. Kindly take your time to answer. We will change the format, and this time we will have it answered from my right to my left. Thank you. So moving on to the first question. As the president of ISADU, it is within your mandate to advocate for the issues that are specific to international students. So what are the measures that you plan to put in place to be able to collaborate with the other DUSA leaders to ensure that the voices of the international students are heard and that their specific issues are dealt with? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. But there was a lot of noise. I didn't get you very well.
That's
Can you
fine, that's
repeat?
fine. I will repeat my question.
Okay.
As the president of ISADU, it is within your mandate or purview to represent or to air the specific issues that are concerned with international students. So what are the mechanisms that you will put in place to ensure that you are able to collaborate with the DUSA leaders and the university at large to be able to address these concerns?
All right, thank you for the question. What I will do as the ISADU president is that I will raise those issues affecting international students and inform the council, also inform the administration of the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that response.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the question, madam. But before I answer that question, I'll request to all of us to observe 1 minute of silence for our people who are dying home and in South Sudan. Kindly. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge and appreciate my sister here, who is so courageous and is well representing our country. Let's give her a round of applause, kindly. Thank you, thank you.
Kindly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's observe time, okay? Kindly, let's allow him to respond. Just speak into it. All right, so I'm being informed that you have used your 1 minute to give a bouquet of flowers, so we proceed to the next question. Next question.
Thank you, aspirants. Moving to the next question. In the spirit of integration, What strategies will you employ to ensure inclusive spaces and opportunities for international students, as well as be able to create a sense of community, not only within the doors of international students, but even with the other students at large?
All right, thank you for the question. For that one, what I can say is that I will try to have every nationality represented in the committee of ISADU, and I will try to include them in decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Julian?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. First of all, the thing that we have to do, according to the integration of international students, is during the integration week, we'll try to extend together with DULOS and DUSA as well, to extend the number of international students or ISADU team members in the orientation team to facilitate their smooth integration. That's one of the things we're gonna do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Julian and Ms. Rebecca.
My question to Mr. Julian and Rebecca. What measures, if elected as ISADU president, are you going to engage international students in both university-wide activities and ISADU-specific activities?
Sorry, repeat the question. I didn't get you out.
My question is, if elected ISADU president,
Okay.
what measures would you take to engage international students in both university-wide activities and ISADU-specific activities?
For that one, I think I will create a strong communication system whereby the information can be shared to everyone in a way that they can feel associated, so that they may participate in every event and activities.
Thank you. That's a very crucial issue here for the integration of international students, and especially those from the French-speaking countries. Sometimes they face difficulties of integrating the activities of school, the activities of chapel as well. So one of the decisions we're gonna take, I, with the Spiro office and the Dean of Students, we're gonna see how can they integrate clubs. You know, we have a number of clubs, and also if they can integrate the church, you know, the activities. Like me, I'm in the choir, so I'd like to see also other international students joining choirs as well here.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Julian and Ms. Rebecca, I have a question for you. Now, our core business in this institution, it's academics. For those international students who are currently facing academic probation, what measures do you have in mind that will actually lift them, considering the fact that they are international students and they are in Kenya and, you know, and all those nitty-gritties? What measures do you have to help those students who are international and they are facing academic probation? We can start with Mr. Julian.
All right, thank you for the question. That's also another challenge that is faced by international students. And one of the decisions we're gonna take is first, emotional support program and counseling. We have that in our program, so that every international student can go for counseling without paying anything, and also emotional support through the body program. We have a body program that is in our program, so that they can be supported. Another thing is also they are facing the issue of KNKA. the Kenya National Qualification Authority. This is an office here in Kenya which provide equivalence of our document to the Kenyan system. So what we're gonna do is to help them, we'll put in our office a team which will be following up together with the Spiro office on the matter of KNQA, which is the Kenyan National Qualification Authority. That's also another strategy we're gonna use.
Rebecca.
All right, thank you for the question. I think for that one, we're gonna try to build a strong communication whereby every student can come whenever they are going through something academically or wherever, they can come and speak to me or the people who will be leading with me so that we can see how we can help them, support them through what they are going through. Thank you.
Okay, my other question to both of you is, in case of, okay, how are you going to handle the issue of unity among international students, that all of you speak one language and issues of all international students are well met if either of you takes the position of the ISADU president?
All right, for the issue of unity, I think I'm gonna try to associate every country to be well represented, whereby the leader that I will choose to lead with me will inspire others to know that we can be an international student in a foreign country and still achieve big things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you see on my posters, which has been going around, our vision is diversity deeply rooted in the unity of ISADU people. So diversity that we have is an opportunity for us also, if we use them positively. So I'll be coming with a strategy of workshops, and we'll be going out together with other international students, and not just international students, but also with Kenyan students, so that we come together with our cultures, with our tradition, and put them together and do something better. With different culture week, we'll have culture week, and also other small programs which will help them to integrate. Thank you.
Okay. My question to you is, international students, especially from Nairobi campus, struggle to find suitable accommodation for themselves after applying to join Daystar. What strategies or implementations will you put in place to address this? I'll start with Rebecca.
All right, thank you for the question. For the issue of accommodation, I think there is some international students who joined Daystar before. So we can create that communication whereby the newcomers can receive advices from international students who joined before about accommodation and affordable places. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For the issue of international students living in Nairobi, actually, as I said, in my office, I'll try to extend the number of international students in the orientation team so that we make sure every international student is assisted. And then, if in case they don't have accommodation in Nairobi for the very first days, we'll try to see with the Dean of Students if we can accommodate them for a few days here to Athi River campus while we are looking for a secure place and accommodation for them in Nairobi.
Okay. How will you make sure every international student feels included? Because there have been scenarios where students are coming only to school, then after that, they're going home, they don't get to interact with other students. So what measures will you take to make sure that each international student feels included?
That was even my case my first year when I joined Daystar University. I spent the whole first year alone coming to school and going back at home. But something that I will do is that to create that awareness of that community called ISADU. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I think everything starts from the beginning. If they are well oriented, it's good. So I'll try that they are interacting with other students, especially with the Kenyan students, through the clubs, through the church here together. So we'll make sure that during the orientation team, each international student is a member of a club or member of choir, member of a sports activity. That's what we're gonna do from the very first day.
Thank you for that. Now, my final question to you. Why do you think you're the best option for this position?
All right, so I think I'm the best at this position because I'm not here for my personal interest. I'm here to serve international students. But also, I am a leader who lead with heart, and I lead with heart and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. The proof that I'm gonna lead the international students in a good way is that, first of all, I'm the president of Congolese students of my province in Kenya, not just Nairobi, but in Kenya, called Merik, and we are well recognized by our embassy. I'm the president of one NGO here in Kenya, representative of that NGO called DJPRD, which is in French, Dynamique des Jeunes pour la Paix, la Réconciliation et le Développement. I'm also the representative of Scouts, Daystar University, and soon we're gonna start our activities here. So that's the proof that I'm the right person to the right moment for ISADU.
Okay, and my next question is, at least mention challenges that you have faced as an international student, and how will you address it if elected? I'll start with Rebecca.
All right, thank you. One personal challenge that I faced as an international student was to obtain my student visa. That was really hard for me. It took me a long time to get it. I was extending every time my 2-month visa. So if I get to that position, I think I will work with the Spiro office to make sure that all international students, their cases has been taken serious and follow up. Thank you.
Julian?
Thank you. As my sister has said, first of all is to work with the Spiro office because we have a good number of international students. I'll make sure that each international student is well assisted here on campus on matters of their visa, on matters of their documents. Yes. And I'm going to work with every nationality to assure that.
Thank you so much for that. Ndichu, you can take over.
All right, thank you so much. I'm looking for questions. If you have a question to either of the contenders, that is either Mr. Julian or Madam Rebecca, just raise your hand. I'm going to bring the microphone to you. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Abdul Shaban. Okay. So my question goes to both of you. We've been having problems to do with KNQA and verification of the academic documents. What ways are you going to apply to go about that? Because we've been having the same system and same problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. Even me, I had the same issue when I joined Daystar last year in 2024 with my documents. One of the procedures to enter Daystar University is you must apply to the QNQA, which will provide an equivalent of your documents from your country here in Kenya. So sometimes it takes time for them to give you the feedback about your document. So what we're gonna do is we'll put in our office a team which will be only following up with the issue of KNQA to their offices as well. Thank you.
All right, there's another question here. Thank you so much for that. Oh, sorry.
All right, for the Q&Q problem, I think that will also going to be handled by both officers, Spiro office and ISADU office. For newcomers, we will try to find a way we can help them to go through the process so that they may register their courses. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We have another question right here.
Thank you. Now, at least I have observed this. International students from Francophone countries have a problem with the English language. I'm wondering what your office is planning with respect to this to ensure that not only are they benefiting from whatever the school is providing, but also your office has a special agency that is going to ensure that these particular students have a different coaching as far as English language is concerned.
Thank you for that amazing question, my mentor Zenda. I think what we're gonna do for that is a part of the English 096, 098, and others that will be following up in school. We'll also assure them that they benefit with other sources or facilities like the speech and writing center, so that they'll have that opportunity to interact with people who are very fluent in English, like you here. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for the question. What I can say about that is I myself come from a French-speaking country. It's even crazy, me being on this stage, speaking a lot of English. So what I can say about that is that we're gonna try to integrate them with other students who already have been through that same process to make them believe that they can do it. Thank you.
All right, any other question? Any other question?
Hi, Rebecca, and hi,
Hi.
Julian.
Hello.
I have a question concerning the office. If
Come
you look
on.
at it, there's an office at the river, but not in Valley Road. So as Nairobi students, we don't feel included when it comes to the Isadu community. When you do come in, how do you feel like you will be able to address this?
Thank you for the
Thank you.
question. That has been one of the motivations that I applied for ISADU president, because Nairobi students have been felt out. So when I will be the ISADU president, I will make sure that there will be an office for international students in Nairobi campus so that they may be able to come and interact with me personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, Chantel. I think based on the constitution of Daystar, the one for 2021, it says that we elect only one president, and then he has two chairpersons, one from Athi River campus and the other one from Valley Road. So what we're gonna do, we'll make sure that they have an office there to be closer to the international students from Valley Road. And that's one of our battles. We'll make sure that there is a permanent office and the people are working there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question. You're good? Amekulizia. She's asked on your behalf. Okay.
I only have one simple question. How many nationalities are represented in ISADU?
32.
True.
All right. Any other question? Just raise your hand. I'm going to bring the microphone.
But maybe to complete about what he has said, we only have 32. But with us in the office, make sure that we're going to have more nationalities as other international universities.
There's someone with a question up here. You good? Kindly come up here. Just kindly come down here. Please, let's observe time. Remember, there's a bus that needs to leave for Nairobi, and you have to ensure they get there on time. Kindly hurry up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, you as our leaders, okay? We international students face problems in internship, job opportunities due to restricted visas. How are you going to resolve this problem? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. The way I'm gonna resolve that issue is by creating awareness about opportunity within the school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to be taking any other questions. Thank you, Rebecca and Julian. You may step down.
Madam, please, I'd like to answer her question. In my manifesto, I've written that we're going to have workshops with embassies so that we can create job opportunities, scholarships also, not just for international students, but for all Daystarian.
Sorry. No more other questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Rebecca. We wish you well. All right, right about now, I would like to invite contenders for the campus secretary position for both Nairobi and at the river on stage. So for campus secretary right here in At the River, we have Churchill Oko. Thank you. For campus secretary, Nairobi campus, we have Wilson Kanyago. We have, thank you. Thank you very much. We have Raphael Mutuku. And thank you so much. Thank you. And finally, we have Huntington Karanja. Now, I'm advised by the transport committee that there is a bus, sorry, kindly. I'm advised by the transport committee that there's a bus that is leaving at 5 p.m. So if you have a bus pass or if you're a regular commuter, kindly make your way to the bus park. For those of us who came with the 12 o'clock bus, there's going to be a bus leaving after the debate so you can relax. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Kindly let's observe some silence. Kindly let's have some silence. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank the gubernatorial candidates for making it here today. And I will start with the first set of questions, which will be answered by all candidates, both from Athi River and Valley Road. We will start from my right to my left, but this will be alternated throughout the questions. Thank you. So my first question is, thank you. My first question is, as a campus governor, it falls under your purview to make sure that the voices and the concerns of the students within your campus are heard. So what are the specific strategies that you have in place to not only collect this feedback, but ensure that this feedback reflects in decision making that is done within the university, as well as policies? Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you very much for that question, and I'm going to answer it as follows. When I resumed office, how the student voices are going to be heard is definitely simple. By having student barazas and listening to them and hearing what they have to say, and even listening to them through the TV room, where we'll have organized meetings with the students, just like we used to do when I was in Daystar City. From there, we are going to make sure their voices are heard by implementing what they say. Simple.
Silence, silence. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kanyago. We can move on to Mr. Churchill.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Churchill Oko. On the question presented before us, I would like to direct us to Article 50, Sub-Article 5 of the DUSA Constitution 2025. And silence. The DUSA Constitution 2025, Article 50, Sub-Article 5 provides that the standing committees listed under Article 50, Sub-Article 1 manage each and every docket. So if I have issues with, say, sporting activities, the Sports and Recreation Committee will have to look into the issue and then present it before me, pursuant to Article 11, Sub-Article 1 of the DUSA Constitution also. Thank you.
Thank you, audience. We'll now move on to Mr. Hannington.
Thank you very much. My name is Hannington. I'm coming from Nairobi campus. To your question, let me say that foremost.
I would
Kindly
like
let's
to
observe
request-
some silence so we can understand each other. Thank you.
To your question, let me say that I am willing and ready to work not only with the committee members, but even people who will be outside committee to ensure that I don't receive a biased result from the ground, so that I actually know what is happening to each and every student by engaging even those who are outside committees. So in as much as I am upholding the committee strategy, I will also personally be on the ground, listen to people, and even occasionally hold barazas where necessary to ensure that each and every student speaks, airs out their voices. In Nairobi, we do have a session called Interactive Wednesday that could actually be expounded to ensure that.
Thank you so much. Finally, Mr. Raphael.
All right, so how I'm going to ensure that the voices of all Nairobi campus students is heard. Number one, when I get into office, we are going to have open forums where everybody will answer and write their queries. After that, it's going to be stipulated onto my manifesto, which is going to be the People's Manifesto and not only my manifesto. The second thing, I'm going to work in concurrent with the Student Affairs Office and make sure that all their affairs and claims are well met.
Thank you. Thank you, audience. Thank you. I would like to move to my second question. So within your role, some of you have identified that you manage committees. So which are the committees within your remit, and what are you going to do, or what measures will you put in place to ensure that there is synergy between the committee and the administration, as well as ensure that the committee is held accountable? We will start with you, Mr. Wilson.
I think first and foremost is by getting to create certain committees, just as stated in the Constitution. And first of all, we will want to, when I resume to office, I want to create committees from students, and the students must be competent. That is first, because when you have competence who sit at the table, they deliver results. That's a point that I will look on, looking for competency. That's it.
What are the specific... What are the specific committees within your remit? What are the specific committees?
I believe there is a food committee, there is events committee, and there is social welfare committee. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill?
Like I said, pursuant to Article 50, Sub-Article 1 of the DUSA Constitution 2025, the committees prescribed for the campus secretary are 5. The Food and Health Committee, the Housing Committee, the Social Welfare and Special Needs Committee, the Transport Committee, alongside the Events Management Committee. If you look at the provision of Sub-Article 5 of that same article, it is stipulated that those committees should collect the concerns of the students and present them before the council, who shall then table them before the administration for hearing. If you look at the provisions of Article 11, Sub-Article 2 of the DUSA Constitution, it is stipulated that any student elected, nominated, or appointed to an office shall be competent, suitable, or possess the relevant skill to be in that said office. So in appointment of students to be in committees, those are some of the things that I'll have to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Under the governor's role, we have the events committee, we have food committee, we have health, transport, we even have the legal committee, we have the sports recreation, and all these committees, how I'm planning to ensure that they run efficiently is to ensure that the selection method to actually joining this committee will be first and foremost free and fair. I am ready to pose it to the entire public, to the students, for them to apply, and from that now I can be able, of course with the guidance of my fellow students, to understand who is best suited for a specific role, understand the personalities because we have both strengths and weaknesses, and ensure that we have a robust committee to deliver to students.
All right, under my docket, we have the sports committee, we have the events committee, we have the student welfare committee, and we have and all the other committees. How I'm going to ensure that they are effective, thanks to the 2025 Constitution, we are going to choose committees which are going to effectively serve the students, and this will be based on the students' experience, if they have also served Daystar in one way or the other, and if they know really what their committees entails and what the work of their committee entails, and if they have the professional skills to do their work in their committees.
Thank you for your responses. So my last question, that is again addressed to all of you, is in the execution of your duties, you are tasked with various things. Under Section 22A, you are tasked with social welfare and conducting of co-curricular activities, as well as helping to prepare the budget for sports activities. So the question that I pose to you today is, what measures will you put in place to ensure that there is accountable and fiscal responsibility and transparency in the management of any resources or funds that may be allocated to you?
In the point of transparency, first of all, I believe in working with the students. And I'll tell them how much money we have in the sort of the budget, and I'll tell them this is what we are going to do with the budget. If they have greater ideas, they bring them on, we go with it. If it suits the budget, we are going to sort it out. If it doesn't suit the budget, we're also going to allocate more funds from different varieties. And with that point, I believe in having a competent committee is what will help you do various successful events, just like I was in very successful committees and successful events previous back.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that.
To answer your question, if you look at the provisions of Article 11 of the DUSA Constitution, it is stipulated that the responsibilities befalling a student leader are held in public trust. So in ensuring that the activities that I carry out with regards to fiscal responsibility, we are going to look at the issue of transparency and accountability with regards to sharing with the treasurer, the elected treasurer, the proposed budget, and the same be shared with the students to get their review on whether the budget is accurate or whether it has some misfits which can be sorted. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Article 22 of the Constitution talks about that the governor will actually liaise with the dean of students and also sports officers. in ensuring that a budget is established. In addition to that, I will also bring in the sports people, because first and foremost, they understand the quality of the equipment, how much it costs, where to find it, and this would actually make it quite simple for me, because I don't have to own everything and formulate everything by my own self. Of course, then secondly, I'm willing to work with the treasurer, elected treasurer, to ensure that actually the prices are right and the equipments are right and everything is in order. Yeah.
In line with being accountable and being open and transparent, I'm going to ensure that after the budget is well approved, it's going to be sent to the students so that they can see what you're planning. And also in terms of keeping us accountable also on the funds that you're using as students, I'm going to make sure that we exhaust all the commodities that we have here in school, and then we're going to add also the other commodities now which might be needed when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you all for your responses.
So my question to the four of you, Wilson, Churchill, Hannington, and Raphael. If elected governor in your specific campuses, what qualities do you bring to leadership that will complement the role and responsibilities of the other campus governors so that you work in unity?
The qualities I bring to the table is that I'm a person who listens to very many people. Two is that the very many events you've had in Daystar, Nairobi campus, I was in those committees. So I know how it goes, I know what door to push, and I know what button to press. So I think that is what I bring to the table.
On my end, the qualities that I bring to the table include determination, a servant leadership, transparency, I believe, honesty, and commitment to serve the students. Thank you.
Thank you. The qualities that I'm bringing to the table are integration and servant leadership. The DUSA Constitution 2025 now envisions that campus secretary is elected by congresses from both sides. So clearly this is one of the biggest things that is driving my manifesto, to ensure that students in Athi River and Nairobi campus, whichever campus they'll be, they don't feel left out. And yeah, that's what is driving my mission here.
What I'll be bringing to the table as the Nairobi campus governor will be the 3 years of experience. Will be the 3 years of experience that I have in serving in Daystar University. And also what I'm bringing into this is, after working in these 3 years in all the dockets, almost all the dockets of Daystar University, I'm bringing the students' experience, the students' needs onto the docket, and also I'm looking forward to when we can make Daystar one and not just have Daystar Nairobi and Daystar Athi River. And I'm looking forward to concurrently working with the Nairobi campus governor and make sure that even all our events synchronize in one way. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your responses regarding that question.
Kindly let's observe some silence.
My other question is, in case of disagreements, because you're going to be two governors in different campuses, and you need to work together for the benefits of the Daystar University students. So in case of disagreements between you and the other campus governor, what ways would you take to resolve your differences in a way that benefits the students and promote unity?
Being a student of international relations, we study something that is called diplomacy. And that is what I'm going to use. If it comes to a time with the unopposed governor here, we come into a disagreement, of course we are going to use diplomatic ways to settle our issues, and we are going to settle aside our issues to put the student voices first.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are first a family, then an institution. We must learn to coexist. If you look at the signing off of the preamble of the DUSA Constitution, it is said that we choose this constitution to be our own. So basically what it means that the institution is bigger than both of us. So if we have our personal differences, ideally it is something that we can come to an understanding about and choose to put our differences aside for the purposes of serving the institution. Because one of the ethos of Daystar University is servant leadership. So if our differences lead us to have fractions within ourselves that make the institution not to move forward, then ideally we'll have to put that aside in furtherance of the activities of the institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. To ensure that there is no conflict or if at all it arises between myself and the campus secretary for Athi River, I am driven by teamwork and dialogue. Clearly what is driving my manifesto is to ensure that both campuses are reading from the same page. So I am willing at any point to ensure that there is no chance for conflict, because as soon as that happens, I am unable to deliver what I had promised.
With my experience of being a G9 in Dulos, we are going to have a bonding session together with as a council, so that it might bring the friendliness into the group, because if we are serving the people, we also need to become friends first. The second thing, when we have heightened situations and things that might go beyond the Nairobi campus governor and the Athi River campus governor, we are looking forward to solving it at the council. If the council, it's not possible to solve it from the council, we can now bring in the student associate into it, and then next the dean. Thank you.
Thank you for your responses. Before we move to the next set of questions, I would kindly like to request the audience. To maintain silence while the candidates are responding, kindly.
Okay, my question to our gubernatorial candidates is, students are complaining about the rising prices of food and its poor quality. What steps will you take and how fast to address this issue? Thank you. I'll start with Rafael Mutuku.
All right, the food issue is a real situation in Nairobi campus, where we are having two cafeterias having different prices of foods. And when I get into the office, I'm looking forward to bringing this petition to the students, to the council, and also seeing how we can raise up these issues on behalf of the students, so that even the management can understand what the students are going through. And that I'm going to make sure that we are going to make the prices from Nairobi campus and Athi River campus to all be the same, because we all have the same service providers. After that, we're going to see how we're also going to work on the quality of the food, and also see how more issues that can be resolved and can be raised then will be solved. Thank you.
Thank you. How am I going to ensure that food prices come down and the quality of the food? The constitution of DUSA provides that we have committees. I'm looking forward to ensure and to empower committees, just so that foremost we have structure, so that I am not the only voice advocating for food, but through the committee, I get to understand the student grievances and actually advocate for them. The truth of the matter we must face is that right now in Kenya, we have a lot of inflation and the economy is not doing well. So promising to drastically bring down prices will be a long shot. However, I promise that during my tenure, I'll ensure that gradually prices will be reasonable to students. And if at all prices will not come down, at least we have high quality of food.
Mr. Chachi.
However,
Proceed.
Thank you. I was saying, however efficient a system may be, it needs to have checks and balances. It is as a result of the absence of an oversight committee in the sector of food that we are having some of the current issues we are having. So one of the main things that ideally a campus secretary, of course, would have to look into is the issue of the reinstatement of the food committee. And if you look at the second schedule of the DUSA constitution, it provides the various functions which include the pricing of the food, advocacy for the dietary, and the quality of the food. So that is one of the main things that I'm planning to look into. Thank you.
Okay.
When I get into office, I'm going to hold a meeting with the food committee, and we have to figure out what are the procedures we are going to take to have better food, good food, at a low price. If it is going to call us to have a vending machine in Nairobi campus for cheaper snacks, then we are going to do so for the sake of you guys.
Silence, please. And silence, please. And to my next question, you'll know that the governor's office is in charge of the events committee. That's one in. You all know that the governor's office is in charge of events committee, food, as well as welfare committee. And in regards to events committee, there have been some critics that some of our events are boring. Which measure will you take to make sure that you combat this and make sure that our events are lively? Thank you. I'll start also with Rafael Mutuku.
All right. So as to make the student events to be more effective and more fun, I'm looking forward to raising up more campaigns for the student events, because most of the student events sometimes don't know the type of events that are going on through the school. The second thing, I'm looking forward to bringing in professionals, and that means in our school events, we are really looking forward to how can we have professionals also, managing some of our events? How can we have a professional MC also managing some of our events? The other thing, I'm looking forward to opening it up all to the committee and to the students to decide how they would want the events to be like and how the events will be more effective for them.
Mr. Annington, proceed.
Thank you. One of the biggest reasons why events happen to be boring or there's low turnout, I think foremost is when you're bringing an event without having consulted students to understand specifically what are some of the grievances they're facing and what they would actually love or like to have on campus. Secondly, there is an issue of marketing of events and campaign. I agree that in Nairobi campus, it may be quite a task to marshal up students. However, with the right marketing, with the right team, and at the right time, students are always available to participate at whatever activity that is on campus. Lastly, I want to ensure that each and every one of those events, there will be no charges to attend on any of these events so that we could actually pull crowds and ensure students come together, interact, engage, without having to pay anything. This is true, of course, by establishing a budget for that.
The campus governor, what are some of them aspiring to be? What are some of the measures will you employ to make sure that the quality of hostels of campus actually reflect the rent being paid?
One of the functions of a campus secretary is to advocate for general welfare of students. So with regards to the issue of off-campus student welfare, I could liaise with various students who stay off campus to form an off-campus student committee that will go around collecting views with regards to the issue of renting and the issue of the quality of the hostels to look into the same. Thank you.
You've mentioned something to do with getting views from off-campus students, right? Now, initially actually this semester we've had several barazas held by...
Several?
We've had, okay, let's say baraza held by DUSA. I believe you as a student, you know what students want and what are the grievances. And how do you plan to actually implement the grievances being raised? And not just holding barazas and there's no follow-up and there's no implementation of whatever is raised.
When we have issues and we present them forward, being that we are, say, hopefully we get into office, the issue of complaints raised by the students, we forward them to the Senate, who again will discuss the same in various meetings to advise the owners of the various apartments of campus to ensure that the pricing and the renting of the hostels is accurate and measures up to the level and quality of the hostels they offer.
Okay, thank you very much. That will be it for this session. We cede the floor to Ms. Ndichu to collect any questions from the audience.
Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, this is a Daystar Decides 2025. On stage, you have contenders for campus governor. And I have a question right here.
Good morning, Daystar.
Good morning.
Bwana Churchill, I have a question to you. How will you sort the Kenya Power issues and the hyenas? You know that this area is attacked randomly. Another question to Mr. Churchill. Mr. Churchill, when you are the secretary in the transport committee, you mess School of Law mutters. How can you handle a big office when a small office challenged you? Well,
all right.
To answer your question, on the issue of Kenya Power, that is with regards to calling the Kenya Power to come and look into whether there is electricity or what they can do about the same. On the issue of, we live in an area where we are infested by wild animals. That is an issue that we can consult with KWS to ensure that they come and occasionally offer guidance on the requirements of the same. On the issue of transport committee, I didn't understand your question, so I don't know how to answer you. Thank you.
Thank you again for this chance. Mr. Churchill, now I don't want you to speak about the council or rather presenting things into the Senate. Now, I'm always flabbergasted when we speak about the issue. When we speak about the issue of the increase of the level of insecurity, more especially of campus. So, Mr. Churchill, I know you are opposed. That's the reason why I'm addressing you. So what are you going to do in order to make sure that the level of insecurity has been depleted or rather eradicated? Also, what follow-up activities do you have? You have seen another member's questioned you about your past leadership. So what are your plans for you to eradicate what you did wrong in your earlier leadership? I think I'm not the first person to ask this question. This question may have been asked to the recent governor about the level of insecurities. Now, Mr. Churchill, can you convince me and the members in this academic conference that you are going to deliver in the level of insecurities?
You good?
Thank you. Thank you. On the question of insecurity, again, that is an issue that we can consult with the police station off campus. I know the number of police officers in that station is wanting. That is why the level of insecurity is high. We can have the number of police officers at the station be increased. Secondly, on the issue of my...
Silence, kindly.
On the issue of my profile as a former secretary to the Transport Committee, for those of you who are sitting here, who commute every day or who once or twice have used the bus, I will not say much. I know my conduct has been exceptional. My activities has been exceptional. So I don't know what to say with regards to follow-up activities because I believe that what I have offered at the transport desk is what has been required of me as a member of the Transport Committee. Thank you.
So he raised the hand. So because of time, we're going to take the last question. You're going to allow me. Any other question? We're going to be taking 3 questions from now on, so because of time, all right?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I was to ask about, a lot has been raised about the social welfare and the status of sports, but what has not been raised is the issue on clubs. So you as the incoming governors, what's your take on clubs and the decline state of clubs? Yes.
May I go first? Okay. I believe that clubs are not, in the previous administrations, I believe that clubs have not been said outside there well. So I think how you're supposed to rebuild a club is by sitting down with the club members or the club owners to figure out how we are going to strategize and make this club vibrant again. If it requires for me, when I resume to office, because I have the mandate to scrap it off, I'll scrap it off and begin again. And during the orientation week, I think it's a good platform where you can get a lot of new students to get to new clubs. And like I said, use DUSA TV and Shine FM.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll go second. On the issue of clubs, ideally, if the clubs are not being, they decline the number in the membership, I think it is with regards to marketing, so that is something that the membership, we can sit down with the members of the club to ascertain how best we can improve the levels of the numbers of members in the groups by improving the qualities of the activities they offer, and even how they put their things out there. Thank you.
Thanks. Response to clubs, one of the biggest challenges in general that these departments face is always about budgeting. Foremost, I'm looking forward to advocate for an increment in budget. This is also be followed up by introducing two clubs, the creative space and also the entrepreneurship space. Through these spaces, I recognize that not every student who came to the university actually wants to be an academic or live here as a professor, doctor, whatever. But we also have a section of students who come into this place, and at the end of it all, they end up in the public light as celebrities or content creators. I am really working hard to ensure that when I get into office, I get these clubs in order, ensure there's the right funding, connect these club members to the right audiences, and empower our students.
All right. In response to that, according to my manifesto, for the clubs and other activities, I'm planning that we're going to have a mandatory meetings every Wednesday for every club to meet up. And I'm planning that they're going to meet all at either DAC the 600 or the DAC 500. This will help, create the energy and the momentum for the clubs to be there. The second thing, I'm working towards stipulating refreshments for all these clubs whenever they meet up. This will also make students have a reason also to go for the clubs. The other thing, I'm really looking forward to talking with all the club leaders and seeing how we can make them more effective in Nairobi campus. In accordance to my manifesto also, I'm going to add an event for purely the clubs, where they'll be showcasing what they do, and then after that, we will be awarding the best club, and then after that, we'll also be awarding people certificates, so that they don't feel like they're wasting their times in the different clubs. The other thing, I'm looking forward to adding recreational activities for the clubs, because I'm purely looking onto building a community, not just clubs where people just come and meet up, but building a community. A good reference will be the environmental club, which always comes to meet up at Freedom Base. So that's one of the things that I'm planning to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Contenders for the campus secretary. Chachila Jajibu. What's up? Thank you so much for your time. If you're We are going to take a short break from the debate. Allow me to invite to stage ECD Commissioner Josephat Cheruiyot. He's going to be sensitizing us on how we're going to handle the ballot on Wednesday. And if you're just joining us, this is Daystar Decides 2025, where public participation by the students, that is, persons are going to be representing Daystar students in the council. Congresspersons are not present, but we have the governor, we have the treasurer, we have deputy president aspirants, we have presidential aspirants standing up here and letting students know what is their agenda, what is their manifesto, and why should they represent the students. Coming right up after this, we're going to be having the secretary generals coming up on stage, or contenders rather, for the Secretary General position. So if you know you're aspiring to be the SG, kindly do not go too far.
Good afternoon. This section is for sensitizing the voters on voting, but I would like to just give announcements on 3 things. The ECD acknowledges the provisions of Article 41.3 that each and every voter has 3 votes. However, for 2 schools, that is for School of Applied Human Science and School of Science and Engineering, we are requesting that each and every voter will be voting for only 1 member. So that we can have the chairperson and the treasurer. And for the first time, we are having the DUSA Council voting elections here at the river, and it will be done from 10 a.m. For the swearing in, it will be communicated, since we have 2 articles in the Constitution that are contradicting themselves. That is Article 4010, Sub-Article 1, and Article 49 of the Constitution. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ECD Josephat Cheruiyot. I'm hoping on Wednesday, Mekumbuka, there's some people who can get 2 votes and some people can only get 1. Now, right about now, for the moment someone told me they're waiting for this. For the moment you've been waiting for. Right next on stage are contenders for the Secretary General position. All right, now, allow me or join me in inviting the following people on stage. Jerry Amimo. Niambie, umewalipa pesa ngapi hata mimi nilipe? Umewalipa pesa ngapi? All right. Thank you. Allow me to invite the second contender. I'm noticing a disparity as I'm calling these names. The women only want to vie for positions with money, and then the men want these other ones. So I'm not sure. Anyway, moving on swiftly without wasting any time. Frederick Imbukwa. And then, Allah, Asante. Thank you very much. And finally, the last contender for the Secretary General position is Ezra Odhiambo. Remember, you have 1 minute to respond to every question. So kindly, the audience, let's observe that. Thank you. Take it away, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for showing your affection. Kindly, let's settle down and allow our panelists to ask the questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kindly, let's observe a little bit of decorum.
Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your liveliness. However, we would like to request that you allow the candidates to answer the questions fully before cheering. Thank you. So I will proceed to the first question directed to all candidates. I'm sure you are well aware of all your roles under Article 20 of the new Constitution of DUSA. However, I would like you to particularly elaborate on your role under Article 20, Subarticle BC, that is in regards to documentation and communication of DUSA activities. We will begin from my left going right, and from my right going left, and we will alternate this as we proceed. Thank you.
Just silence. Just so you know, as he speaks and you cheer, his time is ticking. So just give him a humble time to respond, please.
Good evening, and thank you for the question. However, I beg your indulgence in repeating of the question.
Okay, no problem. You have many roles under Article 20 of the Constitution. However, we are particularly interested in your role under Article 20, Subarticle BC, that is in regard to the documentation and communication of DUSA activities. Kindly elaborate on this role and how you plan to actualize it.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Of course, I will start by acknowledging the role of the Secretary General as the communication mouthpiece of the DUSA. In that, I will say that the Secretary General is personally in charge of keeping all records of DUSA transactions. In line with that, the same Constitution also provides the...
Proceed. Kindly proceed.
It provides the annual report, which is supposed to be tabled by the Secretary General, but of course that is in the long term. In the short term, during the inculcation of the...
Kindly, security.
Proceed.
Security.
Proceed.
You can proceed.
I intend to inculcate the monthly barazas where reports of DUSA transactions will be communicated to the students. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll proceed to Mr. Frederick.
First of all, I intend to introduce effective communication whereby every transaction that is done by DUSA is communicated to students through the DUSA Press, for example, Shine, and DUSA TV, so that every student can have a chance to understand and get to see whatever is happening in DUSA. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Mr. Ezra, the floor is yours.
For a documentation, there has to be an action. So each and every action or activity or meetings that are being held by the DUSA or any other stakeholders that involves me will be documented well. Secondly, when it comes to communication, I want to first apologize because I know this office in one way or another has lagged in communication. And thank God to you, I am a communication student. I will ensure that every information that is under my docket and that needs any channeling to the students are channeled effectively and timely. Underline timely.
Thank you for that response. My next question is further clarifying on another role that falls still under your purview, and this is the leading the planning and execution of various events that are under your docket. So how will you ensure fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability for any funds and resources that are allocated for the success of these events? We will start with Mr. Jerry.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question. In ensuring that there is a fiscal responsibility and accountability, I intend to give a timely report after each and every event of how club DUSA funds were used. And then also additionally, this begins from the process of planning of events. So there's this doctrine of separation of powers that we learn in law. What is to the docket of the treasurer, we leave it to the treasurer, and the secretary general is only there to effectuate the happening of these events and not to tamper with the financial statements directly. And that is my answer to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick.
Can you pardon your question, please?
Yes, no problem. So we have turned to... Thank you, audience. I will repeat my question for you, Mr. Frederick. We have turned to the other role of Secretary General, which is to lead the execution and planning of events. And so the question is, what measures will you put in place to ensure that there is fiscal responsibility and transparency for the funds that you are allocated?
First of all, according to the new constitution of DUSA 2025, it clearly states that there is a specific way that committee members are supposed to be vetted so that they can be in events committee, that is the docket of the Secretary General. So I will open up a platform for everyone to apply for the committee membership so that there is no bias. And then I will work closely with the treasurer. I will work closely with the treasurer so that we have checks and balances so that each and every cent of Daystar University student is accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Mr. Ezra.
Thank you for that question. A man's best friend is money, and a man's worst downfall is also money. And in my office, there's a lot of money. I kid you not. And in one way to be transparent about this, one, we will formulate an internal audit governed by the students. Then secondly, we will include each and every student in our activity, and that forms my manifesto, inclusivity. And when you include most of the students in your activity, they feel that like they are worth being in certain positions, whether they are of a different class or what class. I will include everyone, and when it comes to finances, trust me, the students will be my auditors.
Thank you for your responses. So my last question is, as a Secretary General, you also have the duty to sit in disciplinary committee meetings where you represent the student. So how will you approach a disciplinary proceeding to make sure that you protect the rights of the students, but at the same time uphold the values of Daystar University and DUSA as an association? We will begin with Mr. Jerry.
Thank you for that question. I think one way we can balance student interest and also the ethos of the association is to do away with the mandatory offense punishment measures that the Student Code of Conduct provides. The student disciplinary process is supposed to be a hearing, such that you cannot go to the process knowing that the outcome is already a suspension of 1 academic year. So that is the mandatory nature. The disciplinary committee is supposed to listen to you and look at mitigating factors such that you might have done this offense, but it's necessarily not needs to amount to an academic suspension of 1 year, but rather there can be other measures like visiting counseling offices, or also a suspension of 1 academic semester. And so, in answering that question, and to put it short and in a nutshell, it is to do away with the mandatory nature of offenses that the Student Code of Conduct.
Thank you, audience. Thank you, audience. Let's save on time. Let's save on time, Mr. Frederick.
First of all, I am a born-again Christian. On the issue of disciplinary, the VC once said here in chapel that he mentored a person who was addicted to smoking weed, and right now he is at its best form. So I think that having mentors in school could be a good approach so that we don't have such cases of students going for suspension for 1 academic year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We say man is to error, and there is no perfection in man. And by me sitting in that position as an SG, that means I'm here not only to rebuke your error, but also to do what? Mentor you and transform you, as what our ethos says. And again, what I think should be done in this perspective or in this place, let us give DC3 work. We have DC3 in place, and so many offenses are not taken through that place because we look at them as a student body. They are the ones who are with the students, and they are the ones who walk the students through each and every step. Let us give DC3 work. I sit in the disciplinary. We are not supposed to suspend a student, but you're supposed to mentor a student to be a servant leader, a transformer, and an excellent student. Thank you.
Okay. My question to you is, so motions from students is a key discussion point for annual general meetings.
Pardon?
Motion from students is a key discussion for annual general meetings. Okay? So how would you ensure the integrity, the fairness, and prioritization of these motions, especially when there are conflicting interests or limited resources?
Your eye says by default is me. Thank you for the question. One, we collect this information from the students because we represent the students. And secondly, we look at the longitudinal time for the particular motions. What time are we dealing with a permanent issue, temporary issue, or a long-term issue? And in one way or another, in the annual general meetings, we sit down to discuss how effective we are going to do these, do away with these concerns to make the student environment be able to be accommodate all students in one way or another so that they can study and learn, which is the primary core. And what I think and what I believe is we look at them objectively, in what way they can benefit the student in one way or another. Thank you.
First of all, at the beginning, I talked about effective communication. I think that talking to the appropriate authorities on the issues will be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Of course, this question begs policies that we have tried to bring about as the council aspirant from the very party I'm from. We intend to bring a DUSA application where students' complaint will be handled throughout the year. You notice that motions in the annual general meeting are supposed to cover the scope of the whole academic year, and tying it to short motions will curtail the whole process. And so we are planning to set a DUSA complaint handling system in that application where we can collect views, complaints, and motions of the students throughout the academic year.
Okay, so my other question is about collaborating with the campus governors, which is highlighted in the Constitution as one of your roles. So, and it can be, or navigating this can, okay, let me say this. Collaborating with campus governors can involve navigating different priorities because you have different views and all that as individuals between, both campuses. So how are you going to establish a system that balances equity while addressing campus-specific concerns despite your differences? Yeah.
I say wise men disagree to agree, while fools disagree to disagree forever. So when we sit down with my campus secretaries, we look forward to serve the students with integrity and intellect. That's what brings them together with that unity. And I would want to extend that question because in my manifesto, I want to collaborate with also the ISADU and the campus governors to bring out that unity nature within our campuses and make each and every student included, whether you are a Kenyan or not Kenyan. You are ours. This is Daystar.
First of all, as I said before, I am a team player, so it will be my privilege to work with the campus governor. Concerning the issues of students, I would like to maybe work with the governors on issues concerning food. For example, you find that in a school, for example, nursing, we have smocha, which is 80, so they have to explain to us why the whole of Daystar, smocha is 65, but in nursing, it's 80. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly let's observe some decorum, some silence.
Thank you. That's a good question because the JAG Agenda 2025-2026 is based on structure and functionality. And we are having these three positions. There's a reason why the governors are referred to as campus secretaries, and then there's the Secretary General. She's supposed to work in collaboration with the two campus secretaries in delivering results in both campuses. One of the ways I intend to do this is through joint events, and in collaboration with the campus secretaries, we are planning to bring a program called the Daystar Got Talent event, where it will be semesterly, and the winner, of course, will go away with a prize to be negotiated.
Thank you. Silence. My question to three of you. Now, DUSA has had secretary generals before. Today, as you stand before your fellow Daystarians, why do you think they should trust you with this office? And as you respond to that, put into consideration the fact that you're holding an office and it's more of a trust. Why should these Daystarians trust you for this position? I'll start from you.
Campus life shouldn't be boring. Campus life should be a memorable moment for the 4 years, 6 years, or rather 8 years if you want. And why they should entrust me with this office is to make your social environment an environment you desire to be in. In one way or another, we should create a top-notch event for each and every student where it leaves a mark and a memory of every event. Outside, not only Soea, not only Fun Day, but in my office, I'm bringing a global village event that includes all the students, I mean, even the international students. And when you're talking about the social environment, each and every student is entitled to good health, and we shall look into that in a wider length as an SG.
First of all, to answer the question why students should trust me as the Secretary General, I have worked under the Transport Committee with KUSI, and the transport system right now is at its best. Recently, we won the best committee. Second of all, I want to introduce events where we collaborate with DCF to bring, for example, high school students to this university for seminars, so that when they get out of high school, they have a foundation that is godly and that will have good leaders in the future. Thank you.
Allow me to start by stating that the fear of change is the beginning of downfall. As the Secretary General, in the recent past few years, this role has just been reduced to the mere role of an event planner. The Secretary General is not an event planner because that is only one out of the 14 functions of the Secretary General that are provided in Article 20. So I want to repurpose and redefine what the Secretary General means in DUSA. In line with that, I'm going to rebrand and repackage all of the DUSA events because these events made sense at the time which they were created. For starters, the Daystar Fun Day, I believe that is a very childish name, and it will be changed to the Daystar Festival.
Thank you, audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
So to conclude, if you want more insights on Jaga.
Okay, Jerry, time is up. I have a question in regards to Soya. In some of your manifesto launching, you mentioned about Soya, and you mentioned that attendance to students, it's going to be free, not as witnessed this year and last year, where Soya was, students had to pay for Soya. Now my question is this: what if the administration pushes back and you become under-budgeted? What measures will you take to uphold your promises that students don't pay for this? I'll start with Ezra.
Thank you for that question.
Some silence, kindly.
And one, you cut the ball according to your court. You cannot budget for 8,000 students with 1.7 million. That's under budgeted. And one, when you look at my manifesto, I didn't say I will solely not charge Soea. But if I charge Soea, I charge with the quality. That means each and every student is entitled to what their money is going to do. If it is about food, you get quality food. If it is transport, you get quality transport. And we cannot make Soea an under-budgeted event, because that's the one of the cultural events that bring Nairobi campus and Athi River campus together. So if it is about charging the Soea, I'll proudly charge you. But I will give you a quality event if I charge you.
First of all,
thank you, Ezra.
First of all, I think whether with quality or without quality, Soya should not be charged, or rather foundation. I intend to work with the treasurer to come up with a proposed budget so that we present it to
Silence, please. Silence. Maintain silence.
We present it to congresses so that they check the budget and approve it. And also, we cannot work with, if the previous SOEA was charged and we have the same budget, we cannot work with the same budget. We have to, and considering the number of students is in
Mr. Jerry, please proceed.
Thank you for that question. I would love to keep it brief and short. The student activities, that is the DUSA events, they are already pre-charged in the school fees that the students pay, and I promise that under my tenure, nobody will be charged for any event of any sort.
Silence.
Thank
Silence,
you very
please.
much. Thank you. Thank you kindly.
Silence.
Kindly let's observe some decorum. Time is not on our side.
My next question is, so as you have all mentioned, the
A
Secretary
little bit of
General...
order with our audience. A little bit of order with our audience as we proceed, as we're about to wind up. Proceed, panelist.
So my next question, the Secretary General Office is known to have a very big budget. In the past regimes, we have seen an event committee just on paper, but not involved in planning of any of the event, only for it to be planned by close allies of the Secretary General. What measures will you take to avoid this from happening, and that you involve the students and your committee at large when it comes to planning? I'll start with Mr. Jerry.
Thank you for that question. So Article 51 of the DUSA Constitution 2025, as read with the second schedule of the DUSA Constitution 2025, provides for the Events Committee. The requirements of the Events Committee are clearly set in black and white. They are to the same threshold as a person vying for any position in DUSA. And so in realigning the purpose of the events that we set, we are going to work closely with the Event Committee of 5 people, which will be taken through the congressional system, where they will vet these committee members and test their professionality. And that being said, we are planning to form a student leadership body that does not reward any political friendship of any sort, but works purely on professionalism.
Thank you very much.
Could you repeat the question?
Mr. Frederick, go on.
Repeat the question.
So my question to you was, the Office of the Secretary General is known to have a very big budget, as you all mentioned. So my question is, in the past regimes, we have seen an event committee just on paper, but not actively involved when it comes to planning. And this planning is done mostly by the allies of the Secretary General. What measures will you take to avoid this from happening, and that you involve the students and your committee in planning of this event? Thank you.
First of all, I would follow what the Constitution says of the process of getting committee members, so that we don't have such misconduct of political allies getting political rewards, for example, getting into those committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Mr. Ezra, go on.
Thank you. I'm very happy because we are all now familiar with what the Constitution says. And by acknowledging that it is under the Constitution, we are enacting our rights as leaders. Now, when it comes to these events, one, we look at service, not friendship. We look at quality, not allies. So what I'll do as an individual is work with the people who are having the qualities to run these events. And that is stated under the Constitution. You are supposed to be like me, your leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our candidates, for responding to your questions. I cede the floor to Ms. Ndichu.
All right, thank you very much. Questions, kindly raise your hand. I'm going to bring the microphone to you.
Thank you. Mine again is to refer to the question that you had asked, but it has not been answered in detail because there is precedence for it to be answered. To begin with, the candidates who are in front here, all of them have served as congresses. They are legislators. And one of them is more exceptional because he is a law student. The third parliament did not follow anything that is constitutional. Every semester, it's a precedence, and then I'm going to ask the question. Every semester, congresses should sit at least thrice. We are presiding over a school where congresses have sat thrice in the entire academic year of 3 semesters. He was present in that house. He was quiet. Committee members have to be brought into parliament according to that constitution for them to be able to function, all right? The previous government, none of the committee members who served in it was verified by that particular parliament. The Congress, School of Law, was a Congress there. And a Secretary General is an ex-officio member. None of them has mentioned that. An ex-officio member sits in parliament, all right? So how is it that all of a sudden people are going to obey constitution? They know how to quote the constitution when the constitution that was here could not be defended. Jerry is disingenuous.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, audience. Is the question clear? Is the question clear to you? Let's observe some silence. I understand you're very passionate about this, so let's observe some silence so we can get to understand if our issue is being addressed or want to pick up PR. Sindio? So let's observe some silence as before we get to the next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. The only politician in the house. Now, as we say, change starts with you. That you means even me. We have a new constitution. We are bound to protect it in every way and every time. So if the constitution states that we are supposed to do what and what at a particular time, then we have no obligation but to follow it. That's my answer to Chris.
First of all, I am not a politician. I am a leader. And to answer your question concerning the issue of leaders good at quoting and not good at leading, I have never served as a Congress member, but I have served in a transport committee, which was exceptional last year. Thank you.
Kindly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly, let's observe some silence. Kindly, we're going to call security on this area. We're going to call security on this area. Kindly, let's observe some silence, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I will first like by acknowledging and correcting my counterpart. Under the new constitution, the Secretary General is not an ex-officio member of the House. And then also additionally, the claims on silence when constitutional process were not being followed. I remember very well the committees were formed when we were away during long holiday, and when we tried to combat that, some of us were in those committees and we were removed for activism. And also additionally, On the last point, on the very last point, it strikes my efforts as a Congress because personally, and all the Congresses can attest, the standing orders of the House 2024, I am the one who drafted them, and it was to further the implementation. It was to further the implementation of the constitutional dictates. So I would love to inform the whole of the congregation present here, before we make some allegations, kindly let us do some serious fact-finding.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your enthusiasm. We have room for one more question after him. So I'm gonna come to you and that's it, okay? Let's get our questions ready for the Deputy President. They're gonna be coming up next on stage, but for now, let's listen to him.
I realize the fact that the office of the SG is responsible for communication. I have this concern. A few months ago, I had visited the school clinic, and as I sat on the chair, just beside me there was some interlocutors who were there, and one of them said that she had been diagnosed of H. pylori. And in fact, as I walked into the office to see the doctor, she said the same thing. She said that she's been communicating the same thing to the staff, to the management, even to the kitchen. And you can bear with me that there are a number of students, maybe you will be one of them, that are suffering from the same. Some of them are food poisoning and the like. So as the SG who stands in for the communication, what are you going to do to air this thing out to the management to solve this issue? Because health is wealth.
First of all, it is very unfortunate that something like that happened to you. As the Secretary General, I will work closely with the campus secretaries because they also have a responsibility to check on or to work on students' health so that we get good medical covers and medical providers who are good at whatever they do. Thank you.
To answer your question, prevention is better than cure. Our cure begins from the kitchen. So if the kitchen is providing good food, that means the rate of H. pylori will go down. So one, we are starting with the kitchen. Look at the quality of the food and the quantity of the food. Then get down to our clinics and look at how prepared they are to receive our students. Then now we can involve the HR in this matter because it is their office and it is their docket.
So to handle that matter with the seriousness it deserves, through the inculcation of monthly barazas, the memoranda by the students will be approved and adopted by Congress and similarly adopted by Council and be presented at the Senate as a resolution of the whole DUSA. And in this way, the management will be able to treat the situation as dire and serious for immediate action.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Now on to our final question.
Thank you for this chance. By now I think each and every one of you understand your role as it's stipulated in the Constitution under Article 20, 1, Subarticle 1, precisely G, Part G, your roles with the events. And then, under Article 12, Subarticle 2, Part C, I understand that by now you comprehend your governance rules as leaders. Yes, drawing my point from the Constitution of Kenya, that's 2010 Constitution, under Chapter 33, which stipulates that you have a freedom of expression, okay? Now my question to Frederick Mbukwa. This is the question. On 11th of April 2025, you made some allegations or utterances. Now I would like you to validate, verify, substantiate, and authenticate the allegations that you made on that day about the events. You said that 92% of the funds of your events goes into the people's pockets, and 8% is spent. Now I want my friend Frederick Mbukwa to validate that 8% can be able to book Sarit Expo Center for Soea that happened last Saturday. Thank you.
Sorry, no. As we agreed, we have some rules for decorum. There are questions we're not going to ask, and if we ask them, they will remain unanswered. So for now, in concern for time, thank you so much for your presence. Thank you for your participation. We wish you very well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. For those of us who are watching away from the foothills of Kenya, this is Daystar Decides 2025, where we are hearing from Daystar University student representatives, aspirants, to get to understand, are they really fulfilling? Are they going to meet? And can the students count on them? Can they trust them with excellence, transformation, and servant leadership? Now, as we continue, remember the hashtag is Daystar Decides. And for whatever photos, whatever reels, whatever content you put on social media, remember to tag Call Mindichu and Daystar University and DUSA. All right, we're moving on very well. We're about to get to the crowning jewel of this event, which is a presidential debate. I believe you're excited for that now, ain't you? Are we excited for the presidential debate? All right, now, right about now, we are going to get into the next section. Allow me to invite contenders for the deputy president position. These are the contenders for the deputy president position at Daystar University for the year 2025-2026. Coming up first on stage, we have Okore Naduli. Thank you. Next on stage. Next on stage, allow me to join me in inviting Maureen Cherono. Thank you very much. And finally, the third contender for the Deputy President position as Daystar decides 2025, Mercy Wanjiko. Now, just a reminder, there's going to be a bus leaving for Valley Road after this. So if you came with the 12 o'clock bus, just relax. As we continue, remember the contenders only have 1 minute and time is running out. So let's hurry on that, all right? Okay, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Ndichu, and welcome, candidates, and thank you for making it to this debate today. I will head straight to the first issue. I would like to request the audience to maintain silence so that the aspirants can hear their questions. Thank you. So, my first question is, in your role as the Secretary of Academic Affairs, how do you plan to leverage this role in order to ensure that the academic concerns that are raised by the students are effectively and adequately heard and that they are turned into policy recommendations? I will begin from my left to my right.
Okay, thank you for the question. So if I start, I want to bring in forums where the students will feel heard and seen, and where I will liaise myself with the Congress representatives and the students as well, and bring in forums such as academic clinics and barazas. And now, when I talk about academic clinics are not necessarily like the high school ones, but now this is campus, this is the university. They are different. So this one will include the HODs, the deans, the Congress representatives, some of the alumni, and even the deans as well. Now, in the academic clinics, to be specific, this one will focus on 2 sectors. So the first one will be on focusing on the students who have low GPAs, where they will be heard and they will be able to interact with their HODs and get to discuss on what is the issue specifically to the unit that they're taking, and what is it really that is making them getting the
Time is up. Thank you so much for that response. I will move to Ms. Okole.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to look at this as a holistic approach. Looking into forward-thinking academic environments where there's inclusivity and students are involved in making decisions. In that, we look at the root problem. Where is the problem coming from? Is it mental health? Is it finances? Is it academic probations? It starts from looking at the root, and from there we can always chart our way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naduli. Ms. Cherono, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for your question. I would briefly say I served as a Congress member, and I really understand how academics are, particularly for School of Science, Engineering, and Health. And I would say in my manifesto, I have a manifesto that we are going to deal with schools according to their issues, not handling School of Law, combining with nursing, because they have different issues that they are facing. So handling issues per school is what I would want to do, because we have School of Law having an issue with grading system and science having issues with marketing and so on and so forth. That is handling issues with particular school, incorporating congresses and students. I won't work alone with congresses. I will work with congresses and students.
Thank you, Ms. Cherono. So I'll move on to my second issue, and this still falls under some of your mandates as the Secretary of Academic Affairs. under Article 19(2)(d), it is your duty to search out, or rather sieve out, academic excellence and consequently make recommendations for these high-achieving students. So what are some measures or strategies that you have in place to make sure that you don't just recognize them, but you rather pave a way for them, either for their career or their studies, maybe through scholarships or internships and such? I will start with Ms. Mercy.
Okay, thank you for your question. So firstly, I would like to bring in career fairs, infused career fairs and workshops, where it focuses on the theoretical and the practical aspect of things. So when we look at career fairs, we'll bring in people, influential people from different companies, from different industries, and from different organizations. They will be able to help the students, bringing in their people, HR people, PR people, their managers, and they're also their marketers in their industries. They'll be able to assist the students in getting to know what is needed of them. When they go outside there, looking at workshops, there will be setups in the different schools, which will only be happening after every single 2 weeks for each and every school. So if this week it's School of Science, after 2 weeks it will be School of Nursing or School of Arts. So in the workshop, students will be able to be provided for flyers and know what is needed for them when they go to the outside arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mercy. The floor is yours, Ms. Naduli.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to say Daystar is not just any university. Daystar is a world-class university. And in that, I will incorporate student-centered excellence that is deeply rooted in Christ. In that, I will bring in innovation, creativity, and advanced technological advancements. In that, students, they are not only able to sit down in classes and be given flyers, being fed on what to do and what to do. I want students to know that they can nurture into what they love. And that is what the government is doing right now with the CBC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, our audience. Thank you, our audience. Thank you, our audience. Ms. Cherono, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I would like to start by saying thank you to the management by first. Not all universities appreciate those people who really are in the top. And what I would want to really integrate is people work hard for various reasons. Someone might be working hard to get a scholarship, another one to get something different. So having them together and they give us the ideas of what they want will really help us in finding a good way of appreciating them.
Thank you all for your responses.
Thank you, the audience. Now, Ms. Naduli, you've mentioned something interesting to do with innovation. Silence, please. Silence, please. You've mentioned something to do with innovation. Daystar has DRISE as a department that deals with innovation. We've seen advertisement of DRISE all over the campus. However, I don't know if there's a whole DRISE department in Valley Road campus. Yet the main campus, at the River campus, DRISE is nowhere to be seen. And yet these are department that is obligated to support innovation in the university. As part of your mandate, how do you ensure that innovation in this university, that you say it is a world-class university, innovation is acknowledged?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to say that it takes an idea to come to mind, and it takes motivation and push of willpower to push a person to greater heights. I believe that the school can always find source to fund these innovative projects for students and take them to measures where they want to be. I feel like most students have brilliant ideas, but yet they lack the drive, they lack the funds to push for these ideas, yet the school can always fund. So if I get the chance to serve as the academic secretary. I will push for innovative funds. I will also look for donors and well-wishers who will help in funding these projects, not only in Daystar, but also incorporate worldwide championships here in Daystar because it is very possible. Thank you.
Mercy, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I would like to say that what you've just said, the point on innovation, it's actually in my manifesto. And under innovation, mine was on faculty-based academic integration, where that will focus on innovation, where we bring each school together to come and collaborate with each other and bring practicable and good academic programs. Maybe if you look at School of Science and School of Nursing, for example, mainly if we focus on School of Science, on the departments of Actuarial Science and Computer Science, these two departments in the particular school can be able to come together and bring up a forum or an activity, for example, or a program which is based on advanced technology that will be able to be used in the schools and the university as a whole. And if the students bring up a certain plan or a program that ends up being successful,
Your time is up, please.
Thank you for the question. What I would like to say about innovation is that innovation is not all about having innovation in the area of academics. The reason why it is most particularly in a particular area but not in the other is because we have focused so much in education, not letting people who can innovate non-academic issues not feeling not integrated in this. So having a space for non-academics in place will help even the academic part to be more broad.
Still on the academic part. Silence, please. Still on the academic part, I have a concern. As a student, do you think all the schools within Daystar University provide quality education that is required of them? If no, what are some of the challenges and how do you intend to navigate them?
Okay, thank you for your question once again. So if we look at the quality education that the university offers, I would say that not all schools are looked at. When we look at the schools that use practicals, theories and practicals, like School of Nursing, for example, and School of Science, they focus on both sides, but the practical side is not really considered and it's not really looked into. Another factor is on the issue on attachments and internships. So we find that students are not being able to get certain companies or industries that they go to for attachments. Now in my manifesto, I want to bring in a forum where the students will be able to be helped not only by themselves, but also by the administration and also by my team to enable them to find relevant offices outside there in the workspace.
Thank you for your question. First of all, I'd like to say there is no course superior to the other. I want everyone to know that no course is superior to the other, and you're here for the right purpose. So when I get into office, one thing I'll deal with is missing marks. Missing marks will be a question of the past once I get into office, because I have noticed it is a question that limits students from graduating. You are reaching a point to graduation, but you come and you're told that, oh, you cannot graduate just because you don't have some marks in some units. So first of all, I'll work with the faculty and the HODs to make sure that no student further from this year will have missing marks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Kindly let's be a little bit quiet.
Okay, thank you for the question. I would like first to correct by saying there are no missing marks but pending marks. And yeah, because they are pending marks because they aren't followed up. Another thing that I would like to say is that there are no This is what I mean, that every school is taught well, but there are those particular issues that are facing different schools that we are going to tackle as my team, as in person and as my team. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So my next question is, you have all served as congresses in your different schools. Can you kindly highlight your achievements and challenges that you have faced concerning academic issues, and how will you address your challenges if elected in office? I'll start with Naduli Okore. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. On a daily basis, one challenge I have faced as an outgoing congress in the School of Communication is that students are not able to trace, like she said, their pending marks, number one. They are not able to register into some certain units just because they are not being offered at that particular time, further delaying their graduation. One of the achievements I have been able to accomplish in my school is that we have started the first ever Daystar book club. And it is working, it is functional, it is open to everyone to join, and it is very fun. Number two, I have been able to work with my fellow congressman to enable communication students to acquire and apply for press cards, which are essential for legal and professional recognition, easier networking and reporting, and proof of identity and credibility, which is a plus for journalists. Thank you.
Silence. Silence at the back.
Thank you for that, Ms. Mercy.
Okay, thank you for your question.
Kindly, the Vuvuzela, let's stay quiet.
So if I highlight the prosperities that we've had in our school, my teammates and I were able to bring a very successful diplomatic week. We held a very successful diplomatic week that had different practitioners, different ambassadors from different countries, and even diplomats by that matter. We also got to attend the symposium on the 1st of April as well as a school, and we were also able to hold public lectures and exposés. When I look at the challenges that we faced as a leadership, a lot of students had issues when it comes to low grades and even getting academic probations and even having to do retakes. And now with that one, I want to bring in a factor that is called Academic Grievance Hotline, where the students will be able to reach out to me and tell me their issues. And then I will liaise myself with my team and the council and also the respective Congress members from IF.
Thank you for that. Ms. Cherono, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The most difficult, the most challenge that we faced as School of Science is that when it comes to internships and attachments, there were issues when getting them because they were I would say the most challenging part was about internships and attachment, but after that it was sorted because we were limited to one area, that is Nairobi, Machakos, and areas around here. But right now it is sorted because we are able to go to different places. That was the most challenging part, but right now it is sorted. And the achievement that I made when I was a Congress is that I ensured that every necessary event was done, that is Academic Baraza, the Dean's Day, and also the Pi Day that was done in cooperation with other secondary schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is, the Constitution says the Deputy President shall promote academic excellence among students. That's a very broad statement. Can you break down exactly what programs or strategies will introduce or improve to ensure academic excellence is not just a slogan, but a reality? I'll start with Ms. Mercy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. So I want to bring out tutorship and mentorship programs where the students will be able to engage with other students. For example, if we look at the top performing students or students who have even appeared in the Dean's List, they can be able to come out willingly and also help the students who have low GPAs or even who have gone to academic probations. And now I feel like if students get to work with each other in that level, the students who have low GPAs or students who are trying to get their GPAs up will be able to impersonate the other people and want to know the certain type of criteria that the other person is using for them to get that GPA. Next, I talked of career fairs and workshops. And I also feel like I should also bring in mental health forums where we not only focus on the social aspect of well-being of the individuals, but also in an individual aspect when it comes to academics. Because for academic excellence, I believe that people should be mentally stable.
Time is out, thank you. Silence, please. Ms. Naduli.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to say that in everything I have looked through, all of my manifestos are student-centered approached. And in that, I will also look at well-being and mental health. Not only mental health, also well-being. How are students staying off campus? Are there struggles? Are there rent arrears? Are there people lacking food? And I'm actually grateful the other day here we were able to appreciate one of our own, Mama Ibra, who has been very instrumental in making sure that these areas are well fed. And another thing I would like to talk about is stakeholder forums, in that not only students are involved, everyone is involved at large, including our parents, including our teachers, including our well-wishers and everyone else. Another thing I would love to talk about is innovation projects, which I had earlier on projected on. And another thing I would like to talk about, I would like to emphasize on the point of regular academic barazas. Point the note physical. And like this year we had online, which not...
Time is up. Ms. Cherono, proceed.
I would like to say...
Silence, please.
I would like to say the one thing that I would really want to say is that we wouldn't want to focus on only the top students, but also focus on improving students, because by the end of the day, there are people who are doing their best, yet they are not appreciated. We get to understand that as much as I am not in the dean's list, I have really done my best. If we can get those people on board, we can really have the best in them, because if you encourage someone for the little they have done, they will really give their best.
Okay. I have a question for the three of you. And I have two questions, but I'm going to start with a very simple one, because you've really spoken about how you're going to meet the needs of students, different needs of students. Each one of you has spoken about how you're going to do that. So my question is, if elected the deputy president, how are you going to measure the success of DUSA's efforts, you know, in meeting those students' needs that you've spoken about during your term as, you know, the deputy president?
Okay, thank you for your question. So I believe in working together and togetherness when it comes to students. So I will not only liaise myself with the Congress representatives, but I will also liaise myself with the students as well. I will focus on each and every student if I get the opportunity to, and I will give each and every school their opportunities to talk out their grievances if they have any grievances. And I will also be able to focus on each strength per school. If there is any strength in any school in the university, we will be able to reward them accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I'd like to say charity begins at home, and concurrently in the DUSA's presidential office and the deputy presidential office, there is money allocated for CSR projects. And in that, my new approach will be that instead of taking CSR projects outside Daystar, why not start here at home? Why not start with students who are struggling financially with their school fees, with their rent, with their food? I feel like charity begins at home, and also I will concurrently award best performing students. And we have talked much about best performing students, yet we have forgotten about those students who are struggling. I feel like they also need recognition and motivation in order to pull up their socks. Thank you.
how I would evaluate if I get into office and I get a chance, I would evaluate how the DUSA has contributed by looking at first the list, because I would first, when I get into office, I would look at the list of people who are in probation, how the regulations are, how students are improving, how they are, and then later after that, I will now evaluate by finding out if the number has reduced or has increased in that manner. And I am pretty sure that with the manifesto I have and with the effort and everything that I will do for it, I'm sure it will improve.
Okay. Silence, please, because of time. My other question is about cross-campus collaboration, which is highlighted as one of your roles in the Constitution, right? So, as the Deputy President is required to be from a different campus and also, different gender as well than the President, right? So, how will you use this diversity to bridge campus-specific needs and create a cohesive strategies for unified governance during your term as Deputy President? Starting with you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So for me, if there will be any events that I will be holding, I will not only be focusing on the Nairobi campus, but also at the river. And at times, if an academic event, for example, an academic clinic that I talked about earlier, if I hold it in Nairobi campus this time round, the other one will be at the river campus, where students from respective schools will be able to go to the other campuses and also interact with the students and get to shed light on the different events as one, not only as Nairobi campus students, but also as at the river students. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I'd like to say, as Daystarians, we are one. We belong all together as one and as one family. And following that, I will also concurrently hold events both here and in Nairobi campus just to ensure equal representation, and I will also encourage students from here to participate in Nairobi campus events and students from Nairobi campus to also participate in Athi Rivers events, because in all of them, they're just one event. Thank you.
Okay, first I would start with my social personality, that I'm able to interact with a lot of people. Then the second one is having, with the new Constitution 2025, we are having congresses in both campuses being 21. We don't have congresses from Athi River and Nairobi. And in cooperation with the congresses, I will be able to reach the students in that manner. And again, we will be able to interact well and be able to serve Daystar as a whole, and not Daystar Athi and not Daystar Nairobi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our aspirants, for responding to our questions and availing yourselves today. We would like to open the floor to questions from the audience.
Thank you very much. Before we get to the audience that is currently present here, we have a question from our online audience, and they're concerned. This question goes to all of you. They say that you have mentioned, and this is a requirement of your docket given you're under academics, and the academic welfare of the student. So the question goes, there have been barazas for the students, academic barazas. Are these barazas public relations, or do they actually happen and students show up? And how are you going to ensure that during your regime, these activities are going to continue happening and actually address the concerns of the students? You can start with Maureen.
Okay, thank you for the question. First, I would like to say, and I would like to appreciate School of Science, Engineering and Health, because we had a school baraza and people came. The students came and we interacted. They got to know and understand how academics works, and they raised their issues and they were answered. Secondly, if I get to serve in office, I would like to say, as I have been able to organize an academic baraza in my school, I will be able to organize an academic baraza for the whole school.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to say that I'm a communication student who is doing PR, and I believe in every event turn up, there has to be good PR and event advertising. In that, in my committees, I will also have a communication committee which will be in charge of sensitizing the students and telling them more about these events prior so that they are able to plan effectively and attend. Thank you.
Okay. So for me,
Let's observe some little bit of decorum. It's already getting dark outside. Come on, I'm go pifisi.
okay. So for me, I will work on proper planning where I will involve both the Congress representatives and the students as a whole and inform them that there will be an event where there will be an academic baraza where we come together and they talk to us about their grievances. And I will not only listen to them, but I will also ensure that I adhere to what they want us to do for them as students as a whole. Thank you.
All right, there's a question right here.
Good morning. Okay, my question goes to Maria. Okay. You articulated about donorship, and you said that you will pool donorship to help you execute some of the issues that are in your plan. Are you aware of how Daystar works? Because to the best of my recollection, Daystar works on partnerships. So what are you willing to give in return? Because it's purely partnership, not donations. And if it's donations, the whole administration, including the executive, the vice chancellor, has to be involved. How do you plan on executing this?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I'd like to say that donorship doesn't have to depend on huge grants. Even you yourself can be a donor. If today we are having a CSR event and you donate some clothes, you are also a donor and a well-wisher at that case. And I know the steps that the school takes in planning these events, and I have concurrently worked in the governor's office, and we have been able to plan for huge events such as Culture Week, and in that we have also had well-wishers who have accepted to donate some money to help fund the student activities. And I want to tell you, yes, it works.
Thank you. I'm a little bit conflicted here. Okay, we're gonna take one question, and please go directly to the question. All right?
Well, thank you very much. My name is Rufin from the School of Business and Economics, and I'm also vying for a Congress. So I'd like to come back to the issue of practical learning, which was raised by, I believe, Mercy. So as we all know, for the School of Communication, they have a radio where students get to practice what they learn during lectures. For the School of Engineering, they have labs. For the School of Law, they have a mute course and all that. So I'm speaking on behalf of my comrade students from the School of Business and Economics. For us, we don't have a place. And many of my comrades have expressed their concern. Many of them, they have small businesses. Many of them are passionate about, finance and marketing and just practical learning. So my concern is, how would you ensure that us, the students from the School of Business and Economics, we have such a room where we can practice what we learn during lectures? Thank you.
Okay, to answer your question, I want to bring, for the School of Business, I believe in bringing about an academic entrepreneurship week that will be held each and every month, for the students of business, because I feel like the students of business are not really put out there when it comes to the schools. And each and every student in business needs to feel that they are seen and that they are heard. Now, in bringing about the academic entrepreneurship week for the business students, this will be a chance for you students to interact with not only yourselves, but also with other people from different schools. I believe that each and every one person from each and every school has something to learn from the different schools as well. So with that, there will be collaboration with the students, and there will be really, really good forums and partnerships and cohesiveness being brought about. Thank you.
Naduli?
Yes, thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to say that Entrepreneurship Week, they are majorly based on students. It is the students who come to the PSC to showcase what they want to sell. And at one point in my first year, I've been an entrepreneur, and I can relate to the challenges that students face. One of them is lack of capital and lack of motivation. I believe that if students have a zeal to do something, when they are motivated, they can always do it right. In that, the school can always allocate some money to help motivate these students into doing what they love more. And it is not basically based on selling things. Some are basically based on talents. There are people who do artwork. There are people who do crocheting. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Maureen, kindly respond to the question. Technical team, sound. In the shortest time possible, kindly.
Thank you. I want to request if you can take the mic back so that I can hear the question well.
The question is, other schools, the School of Communication has Shine FM. Other institutions have places where they can practice. The School of Business does not have a platform, in his words, does not have a platform or a space where they can practice their hands-on skills. So what are you going to do in your position to ensure that students under the School of Business feel they have a space, or are you going to create a space for them?
Okay, thank you for the question. I would like to say, personally, I would like again to say that I will not walk alone. I will work together with the congresses and the students so that we can find somewhere to fit them in.
All right, thank you so much for your time. It's been an amazing session. Sorry, because of time, we can only take 2 questions. For whatever question you might have, kindly let's save that question for the next contender. Thank you so much, Naduli, Mercy, and Maureen. A round of applause as they get off the stage. We wish you the very best. Thank you. I understand your concern. I understand your concerns. Now, right about now, thank you. In the interest of time, kindly, as you're leaving, if you have already been on the podium, let's observe some silence, kindly. For all the aspirants, if you've already been on the podium, you've already answered your question, kindly do not leave the premises. You're required to remain behind after this. So please, even if you're going to leave, do not go too far. Right about now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, the reason we are all here. Daystar decides 2025 with the Daystar University Students Association. This is the Open Public Participation Forum, where students get to understand what their coveting leaders have in plan for the next year, their manifesto and their agenda, as they come and tell us why we should trust them with Daystar University. Remember, this is all about servant leadership, excellence and transformation. So right about now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, the presidential debate. And for now, all right, let's have some silence. Just a reminder, I understand the enthusiasm and I understand the excitement. I understand the enthusiasm and I understand the excitement. But just a reminder of our house rules. If you have a vuvuzela, if you have a whistle, and you'd like to blow it right now, I would urge you to kindly hold on to that urge. All right? For the next session, kindly. For the next session, let's take the shortest amount of time possible. As you can see, it's getting dark outside and we need to leave. So right about now, the contenders for the presidential position, Daystar University 2025, join me in inviting to the stage Boniface Otieno. For the next contender, allow me to invite to the stage Edgar Nyambane. And finally, the third contestant for the presidential seat, Daystar University, Luis Sekento. I love the energy. I love the energy and I love the enthusiasm. But kindly let us remember, we need to observe time. For every question, every contender is going to get a minute to respond. So right about now, I'm going to hand back the mic to our panelists. Take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Ndichu. Welcome our presidential candidates to the last part of our debate today. Thank you, audience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, audience. You have been a very lively audience. We appreciate you. But let us kindly maintain silence while the candidates are responding to their questions. Thank you. So welcome and thank you once again for making it here. Congratulations for coming this far in the process. So allow me to just get into the first question. I will start from my right towards my left, but this will be alternated throughout the panel questions. So my first question is, as if you are elected as the president of DUSA, what is your vision of DUSA and how does it align with the constitutional principles that govern the DUSA, that govern the association?
Thank you so much for that question. Let's be calm. My innovation as a presidential aspirant is centered around cohesion, innovation, sports and recreation, because I'm very passionate about sport. And the social welfare of students is also one of the core objectives that I have as a visionary leader that I am. And I believe being in an observer role, such as it is in serving as the DUSA chair, I believe representing the interests of the student body before the University Senate, especially in the tendering committee as far as the food and the health, insurance, and accommodation of students is concerned. I believe I've got the requisite skills because I'm a diplomat per se to represent the interests of the students as far as with the grit and the zeal and the passion that it deserves, because I believe this is a very critical seat and it needs to be treated with the...
Thank you. Thank you so much for your response, Mr. Edgar Nyambane. Mr. Boniface, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Boniface Otieno, Sirkal. According on the question to first, I'm someone who actually believes in integrity. So integrity is in alignment in my vision is that we want to actually integrate the two campuses because we have cases of, I think, social status has made us to, at some point, feel like there is a campus that is being graded, there's a campus that is being underrated. So personally, I just want to make everything clear on the level that is going to equip all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boniface. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. My vision for DUSA is...
Proceed.
My vision for DUSA is seeing DUSA as a central students' government which embodies all the principles that are written in the Constitution. Many governments have come and many have passed, but I want my government to be felt by these students who put us in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, audience. Thank you. Thank you, audience. Thank you, thank you. Moving on to the next question. If you are elected, what are your top 3 priorities? We can begin with Mr. Edgar.
My top 3 priorities, like I've said, there is no Daystar University at the River campus, and there isn't Daystar University Nairobi campus. So one of the pivotal objectives that I have, given the chance to lead, is cohesion. I believe there has been a huge apathy between the student body and the student leadership, that is DUSA. And one of the core objectives that I want to integrate is the integration of the student body in some of the major and critical policy decisions that affect the student affairs. And secondly, I want to work on innovation. I believe we can integrate all the schools that we have to have an innovation hub whereby every student is given an opportunity to represent the ideas that they have. And thirdly, the social welfare of students will be also in my bucket list to foster mental health.
Thank you, Mr. Nyambane. Mr. Otieno, the floor is yours.
Okay, my top priority when I get in office, first is inclusivity. Second is checking on student welfare. Third is good governance. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Sekento.
Thank you so much for this question. It really touches my heart when I stand here and you ask these questions accordingly. My first priority is security. I have been a Daystar student, and it is alarming that the off-campus faces a lot of insecurity issues. That is one of my priorities. Another thing, that in my government, I believe all the aspirants who have stood here in my party know that my government will be very transparent with all that's needed. The last thing is social welfare in general. Social welfare is very pivotal for all the students, and it will be handled accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you for your response.
Silence, please. Silence. Thank you. I have a concern. Mental health is a rampant issue. I could count last year we lost, I know 2, but I know there are others. One of our old students. Despite the school having DC3 and other peer counseling programs, the issue continues to, escalate. If elected as the boss of DUSA, how will you do to circumvent the issue of mental health for your students?
I already have a mental health institution that I already have in mind. It's called the Shamiri Institute. And my plan is centered around capacity development. I believe DC3 has been doing a commendable job as far as mental health awareness is concerned. And I believe partnering with an outside mental health organization such as Shamiri Institute, it is going to improve the capacity of DC3 to be able to attend to the rampant mental health issues that we have. And I believe we'll be able to partner and bring about sponsorship programs. And as such, we'll be having support from an organization that is fully fledged as far as mental health is concerned. And as such, I believe we'll be able to sort out some of these mental health issues that we've been having as an institution. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, according to me, I think that's a very vital question, actually, also to university students. But I believe in Daystar University, we have different organs, especially if you look like DC3. They're majorly concerned with the health issues. So personally, I think I will make my administration to be more strong and to work in conjunction with the DC3 to help in reducing the situation in terms of health. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lewis?
Thank you. One of the ways to fully implement this is through communications. We have students suffering with mental health, but they are not fully aware which channels to communicate their issues to. My ASG mentioned that we'll develop a DUSA app that will take in grievances of students. This is where we'll collect all the data, then present it to the C3. We sit together, discuss, and help the students. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Silence, please. Now, most of the events organized by DUSA, there's always a partnership with most of the organizations. The concern I got today is when approaching these organizations or any other partner for the event, is it for the benefit of only DUSA councils or also the students, or rather, the students? How do they benefit from these deals? Are they only meant for the top DUSA council?
I believe all events that we should be having as an institution should be student-oriented. And when we are writing proposals to organizations for the sake of partnerships, the aspect and element of having these events student-oriented should always be at the core. So to answer your question, I believe the events that we organize as DUSA are not for the benefit or for the embezzling of funds for the sake of, filling the pockets of DUSA officials, but it is for the enrichment of students, because at the end of the day, it is not all about academic development and empowerment. It is also about events which bring about cohesion, which is my anthem. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think your question was more of general, but as an accountant student, if you talked about partner, we have different types of partners. So there are financial partners, and there is academic partners, and we have different partners. So like if you, in your case, the question that you've asked, personally, I feel like students, they get credit. Because if you, like for instance, it is a financial partners. Normally, DUSA officials or let me say leaders, they normally look for partners in regards to something that they want to do. Like for instance, event for SOEA. So if like they want to do this event, they need to look for partners. So like it is going to it is going to be a credit to the student to ease the situation of high use of pricing or maybe the tickets to purchase. If it is a matter of education, partners maybe they can suggest.
Thank you. I'm not sure if they had the question clearly, but I did. The first thing, in my government, and I want to assure all the students seated in this hall, there will be no partnership that will happen in favor of any council member. It will be precisely for all the students in this university. That is the question you asked, I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay. In light to Colin's question concerning the issue of mental health, silence please, silence. In light to Colin's question concerning mental health, we have seen some students trying to solve this by use of drugs, and some end up dropping out of school or experience a big drop in their GPAs. How will you handle this issue, and how will you help these students to bounce back on their feet? I'll start with Mr. Sekento.
Thank you. The DUSA Council has several members, and we will work together to make sure that these students who are facing these challenges find the correct channels to address their issues. It is all about coming together as students and talking. I hear you, you listen to me, you hear me. You talk, I listen. That is how my government is going to operate, right from the council to the Congress and into the students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, silence. Mr. Boniface, proceed.
Daystar University is a family university, and I personally believe that in a family there must be issues. For health issues, I personally believe that we are supposed to work in conjunction with DCF and bring maybe on board many councillors to deal with these cases by actually creating a very strong link between the student and the DUSA officials to help in, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Kindly observe silence. Mr. Edgar, proceed.
Thank you. I believe drugs are an issue that we cannot overlook. And in the same vein, I would want to, my regime would be wanting to come up with a drug containment committee that will be able to track the rampant nature of drugs and intoxication off campus. And in tandem with that, which is inclusive of whatever my manifesto includes, I'll be coming up with a mental health awareness week or month, a mental health awareness month and week in collaboration with the Shamiri Institute. And I believe we'll also be coming up with online suggestion boxes whereby students will be engaging with the DUSA officials and be able to give ideas and inputs on how we can be able to develop a cohesive.
Thank you for that. My next question is, in accordance to Chapter 4, Article 18 of the Constitution, it shows that you have a role to represent the association at official functions. That is, if you are elected to be the president of Daystar University. As sometimes it's required for you from time to time to attend political forums. Kindly assure these students that you are choosing a leader to represent us and not a politician. I'll start with Mr. Edgar.
Thank you so much. I'm more of a leader, just so I can elaborate, and not a politician. And as it is mandated to me as the DUSA chair in Article 18 of the newly promulgated Constitution, I believe it is required of me to represent the students, the association, and the council at large at official functions as it may be required from me from time to time. And I would like to hereby give an official assurance and confirmation that when God willingly elected into that position, I'll be able to represent the students' interests in political fora, not only as a leader, but someone who is very passionate about being an emblem of the ethos and values that this university professes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boniface, proceed.
Okay, personally, I believe that being that the course that I'm doing actually is not being offered online. So it is a physical course actually. So to me, I'll be available until my tenure maybe get to an end next year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boniface. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you. My assurance to all the students is that my government, I being the head, will only attend functions that are beneficial to the students. I should not only go to sit down and enjoy events, maybe state functions or school events, and there are no grievances of students being aired out in there. I believe we have very many challenges to sort. We don't have time to relax, to go to parties and enjoy. We have time to work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. My final question, please observe silence. My final question, it's normal to have disagreements with your fellow council members. In the past, we have seen incidences where if there's an disagreement between council members, an impeachment motion is moved. We saw that of the Speaker, Secretary General, and Deputy President. In your tenure, if this is the trajectory you will take, if not, what are the ways that you're going to mitigate this, that you're going to avoid such instances from happening? I'll start with Mr. Sekento.
Thank you. I believe the Constitution protects all the leaders in it. And if at any point you go against what the Constitution says, then you ought to be out of office. You shouldn't have vied in the first place. The other thing, I will be the head of DUSA, the president. I will be sitting with my council more often to discuss issues. We are all human beings and we all have our personal issues. We will be more like a family than a government. Thank you.
Silence, please, silence. Mr. Boniface, please proceed.
Okay, personally, as a born-again Christian, I believe in God a lot. And I know like issues are always there. So things that I can do maybe to solve the issues maybe of disagreement and such, I think it's just prayers, because I believe in prayers.
Kindly expound on it. How are you going to mitigate this issue that you're not going to, if there's a disagreement, to impeach any of your council members? Please expound this more than prayers, kindly.
Pardon?
I'm asking you, Mr. Boniface, kindly expound your point on how you're going to deal with these issues. If it rises, how are you going to mitigate this issue? Yeah.
Okay, as I said before that I'm a man of God and I trust in God a lot. But when issues come, sometimes you sit down and try to solve the issue through formal and informal communication. But if you see that the issue is not being addressed, sometimes you just put God first, maybe your issues to be solved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edgar, proceed.
Thank you. I believe disagreements in leadership are inevitable. There are bulwarks in disagreement that we cannot avoid. And I mentioned earlier, as I was beginning, that I'm a diplomat. I believe in mediation, negotiation, and arbitration to solve issues. And I believe exploring radical measures such as impeachment has to be the last resort. And for it to be the last resort, that means that all the other avenues of conflict resolution have been exhausted. And I will ensure that by the time that we're resolving or resorting to a radical measure to sort out disagreements and differences within the association, we will have explored negotiation, arbitration, and discussing the challenges that we have in such a manner that is amicable and does not put up an environment whereby the DUSA image is besmirched out there. Yeah.
Okay, I have three questions. That all of you are going to answer. So my first question is, if elected as president, you are required to attend the university's tender committee meetings. When the tender involves students' medical insurance, we also have transport and accommodation. So why do you think that student representation is important in these specific tender processes? Starting with Lewis.
Thank you. The tender processes involve housing, medical issues, and also food. The reason why they're important for a president to attend into these committees is because I understand more clearly how you guys feel and what you feel. So it's better if I stand in there and present your issues. The committees, the tendering processes that I'll be involved in, for issues like the medical insurance, I promise that the best medical insurance companies will be enacted in this university. Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed to Boniface.
Just pardon me up. Did you talk about quality or representation of association?
This is my question. If elected as president, you are required to attend university tender committee meetings when the tenders involve students' medical insurance, transport, and accommodation. Why do you think student representation is important in these specific tender processes?
Okay. I think students, they're very important in these tenders because if you look at the food actual security first, security is a very serious issue, especially here in Athi River, like of campus students. So these are the things that we must look into to ensure that students, their lives are very safe. And again, for the issue of food is another serious issue, and I've had students complaining about H. pylori. So it is something that, again, I just have to put myself into and think and actually have a very viable debate with those people to ensure that even the food that our students will be taking is one that is quality is okay, is guaranteed. Thank you.
Let's proceed to Edgar.
It is imperative for the president to represent the students before the university tendering committee because the areas that you've mentioned directly affect the affairs of the student. And I believe as the president, you have to be hands-on with the issues that directly affect the students. And without representation from an elected representative such as the president, then I believe certain policy decisions such as those will be made and the interests of the students will have not been considered. So I believe it is really important and imperative for the students' voices to be heard before such policy decisions are made. So yeah, I believe it is imperative for the students' voices and interests to be represented before the tendering committee.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your responses to that. My second question is, if elected as president, you are required to represent the interests of the association at the Senate, of the university as a whole. So how will you ensure you are well informed about the diverse needs and concerns of the student body to effectively represent them at this level?
I'll start.
Sorry?
I start. Should I start?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's okay.
About the DUSA app that will be created by my government, I believe this is a platform that will enable us to collect grievances of the student. After that, we'll be having meetings, analyze them, and I personally will present them in the Senate. That is how we're going to tackle it. Thank you.
Boniface, please, can we get your response?
Okay, personally, I think in leadership, it is a collective responsibility. And being that we have congresses in various schools, and we have like 3 congresses in each school. So I think there will be more attached to students, and from them, we will get their feedback, because like if you see, to be practical, president maybe, or deputy president, sometimes we might not be like fully on the ground to know what is happening. But if we have our representatives, like Congress people, we will get their feedbacks and we will look into the matter more effectively and get a credible solution to them.
As far as the collection of grievances from the student body to be represented before the university senate, I'm planning to come up with a feedback mechanism. And as such, I will also want to tap on the capacity development of the clubs that we already have. We have data, and I believe we can use data and as a club to develop it capacity-wise. As such, data will be charged with the responsibility of coming up with online suggestion drop boxes.
Okay, my final question. If elected as president, how will you or how would you define success of your term? And what measures will you put in place to ensure your leadership leaves a lasting positive impact on the association and students, so that we don't have cases where we have some of them saying they don't even know, or they didn't even know who their president is, or they don't have, they have no substantial evidence to what you actually brought to the table during your term. So how are you going to ensure that you're leaving a long-lasting impact during your term as president?
Okay, the success of my leadership is general. It's in council and it's in Congress. Every leader who will be elected on Wednesday and Thursday, and they happen to be in my administration, they must be fully competent. They must be felt by students. I'll also do the same. In the previous statement, my competitor here, Mr. Dylan, has said that the presidents are not fully available on ground by students, and they should not be there. My friend, you have to be competent. You have to be with students at all time, and you have to be there. I know there are a few responsibilities of the president, and that doesn't mean that you should not avail yourself to serve for students. Where need be present. And that is what I'll do. Thank you.
Proceed.
Okay, on the same line, I just wanted to correct something from my competitor. That's why maybe if you allow me to correct something from him. Like, I think maybe you didn't understand my point. My point was very specific. I said leadership is a collective responsibility. And being that you are a president or deputy president, you might not fully be on the ground, but you have the Congress people on the ground because they are more attached to students than you yourself.
Okay. After addressing that, now will you kindly answer the question that I had previously asked?
Kindly pardon me.
I repeat the question? Yeah. Okay. My question is this. If elected as president, how will you define success of your term? And what measures are you going to put in place to ensure that your leadership leaves a long-lasting positive impact on the association and on students?
Thank you very much for that question. Okay, these are the ways I'm going to measure my success in the office. The new constitution has actually delegated some duties to the president, like we oversee. Actually, that's like if you're well conversant with the new constitution, some of the roles of the president is to oversight. So there is something that we call LIFO. This is whereby you do a head count. Head count is it is a plan that sometimes you actually put in place depending on the kind of plans that you have, and you ensure that every person in those offices, you do them a head count. From them you will know that which people are performing, which people are not performing. And if there are people who are performing, you need to pardon them. You don't fire them, but you correct them. Thank you very much.
For me, I would silence. For me, I would define success as having left behind a more cohesive and integrated community of Daystar University, where students, feel that sense of belonging, and that will be possible through the kind of initiatives and events that I would have instituted as president during my tenure. So, having left behind a cohesive, integrated, and an environment whereby every Daystar student feels integrated and belonging to something that is more bigger would be success to me as an individual if elected.
Over to you, Ndichu. We open the floor for students.
Thank you so much. If you're gonna ask a question, just come here. Mike Imesha Kirea just done that thing.
Thank you. My question is very important, and all the other universities watching, this question is also for you. We have a problem with the new funding model that was considered unconstitutional. Daystar goes into history having betrayed this country, giving a student leader who served in the new funding model despite it being unconstitutional. What will happen with the presidents who are coming as far as conflict of interest between the government and the students' rights is concerned? If such a case happens, because maybe such a model can come, but in different form. For the students who apparently are fourth years, some of them are government-sponsored students. How are we going to deal with that? I was not given an opportunity to ask a question to one of your deputies. Please, we have to fact check. In School of Communication, Professor Wandia Njoya is the one who founded the book club. It was not Maria Naduli. So it is very important for you to know that these facts, they are very important because some of us, we are not fools here. We research so much, and so let us always bring facts here. I'm done with my question. Time is up.
Okay, just one more time. The question is, there is a funding model for universities, national universities, that has since been declared unconstitutional. Xander's question is, in your position, what are you going to do in the event such or this particular funding model is either reintroduced, and what are you going to do to the students who are currently on campus, ongoing with their education, and their government sponsored? That's the question.
I can start by answering. Okay, personally, I think about the new funding model, personally, I reject in totality. That's one. I reject in totality. And being that, being a victim of help thing, and this is a serious issue, actually, for government-sponsored students. Help the previous one, like if you compare the previous regime under the leadership of Uhuru Kenyatta, the help thing was working, but the new funding model is not working because people are being put into batches. So assume like that someone who is in Daystar suffering. She's a lady, she doesn't have parents, both parents are dead, and she's being put in batch 4, something like that sort. And batch 4 is just given like some few amount of money. Like literally, this student cannot sustain herself in school for a period of 4 months in school. So personally, I won't advocate for it.
All right, thank you. Kindly, as you're responding, let's go directly to Mr. Vuvuzela. Thank you. One more time for good measure. All right. Now, back to you. As you're responding, kindly security, get the person who is doing that Vuvuzela to stop. Thank you. The question is, you need to be very precise. What are you going to do that the students who have been affected by this funding model currently here, that they're going to be able to continue with education unaffected in your position? Direct the question, okay? Thank you. Second.
Okay, we are Daystar and we are in a country. This is a national issue which will be addressed by all the universities in Kenya. This is what I'll do. I'm familiar to almost all the presidents of universities in this country. I will create a platform whereby we'll directly interact with the government and negotiate with them to not push for these things that undermine students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Let's hear from Edgar. Silence, please.
I believe we can introduce scholarship programs for students who are struggling with paying school fees. I believe we come from different sets of backgrounds, and not everyone is capable of upsetting their arrears as far as school fees is concerned. So I believe coming up with scholarships in collaboration with DVC ARSA will be able to sort out issues to do with students not being able to clear their school fees. And as far as contending with policies and decisions that do not give primacy or prioritize the affairs of the students, I will be able to collaborate with administration to ensure that we speak in one voice, such that such issues or policies that do not favor the students are not institutionalized. Yeah.
Thank you for that. On to our next question.
Hi, my name is Faith. I'm a student here. We as the youth, rather the Gen Z, we have a desire to change the political norms in our country. During the beginning of this event, there was a noisy entourage here, giving like the traditional, I'm saying, giving the traditional Kenyan political norm that we are trying to evade or rather move from, which is spectacle rather than substance. So how are you gonna, under your leadership, how are you gonna make sure that you're gonna follow through with the key values of Daystar, which are servant leadership, transformation, excellence, given the display you gave us in the beginning? Next question is, you consistently pointed to tech-related solutions to problems that were pointed out. How are you going to approach the solution? Yes, you have given the solution, especially given that we have an association here in Daystar, DITA, that specializes in such. Yes, so how are you going to?
Was that clear?
Maybe a clarification by Faith.
Faith, excuse me, just come.
Is that question directed to all of us or the candidate who came in with an interest? I'm asking, is the question? I'm asking Faith.
Excuse. Decorum, all right? So, we can do two things. We'll either get rid of the question or reformulate the question. Reformulate your question.
My question. Given DITA's commitment to excel, oh, not DITA's, sorry, I had a DITA question. Daystar's approach to our commitment, that is to servant leadership, transformation, and excellence. How are you going to approach it, given that you already gave us, or rather we were given a spectacle of what we are trying to move from? Have I?
Okay.
All right. Before you go, I want to see if you're on the same page, all right? So is your question, we are currently in a generation where we're trying to transform our national politics, and you feel, from your opinion, that there was a person or there were people that still portray the traditional political display. So are you looking for something new from them? All right. Are we together now? So the question is, I don't need to be together with you, all right? So the question is, there was a display that we as Gen Z feel coming from the national level, now bringing that to our level, it's a bit going against what we are trying to uphold as Gen Z. So what are you doing in a new fashion to transform politics from this level in terms of excellence, transformation, and servant leadership?
Thank you.
I'll start with Edgar.
Thank you.
I believe any display that depicts a form of, reverting towards obsolete politics, noise and clamor is backward. And I believe in my tenure as a leader and president, leadership is all about dealing with the issues and contemporary problems that we face as students. And the approach that I'm going to have is going to be more of solution-based and problem-based. Other than making noise and making blank promises, I believe I'll be more detailed towards solving the issues that we have as students, rather than making noise and unnecessary clamor that at the end of the day is all display just to woo the masses, but not really dealing with the contemporary issues that we have. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Boniface?
Okay, personally, I believe changing the dynamics or political dynamics of this country sometimes it is not easy. But this is what I can say. As Gen Zs, for us to change the dynamics of political dynamics of our country, we need to fully engage in national parties. National parties like ODM, UDA, Jubilees, and from there we invite some other people on board. And through them we will have numbers, and through numbers we will change it fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Second. Kindly.
I personally feel sorry for Faith, was the question, because she has seen the backward mentality demonstrated by my competitor here on
Decorum.
I promise to improve.
Audience, chill. Audience, thank you.
I promise to improve the.
We need to hear what they're saying. We need to hear what they're saying, okay? Thank you.
Having backward mentality is not a bad thing. It's unfortunate. Yeah, maybe they should understand that. What I'm saying is, I'll improve Daystar politics to a level of issue-based politics. Not face, not the way you're viewed. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. So we have room for one more question, and then we're done.
Thank you. Good evening. My question is very simple. Now as a comrade, and we have seen in our national politics, also here we have seen how popular you guys are, right? And there's a difference between popularity and leadership. So, my question is, what is your leadership philosophy, and what are the principles you are willing to lose popularity for? And have you ever stood for them before?
I'll start by this.
Okay.
I understand Benedict is the former governor of Nairobi campus. He did not see the input that I put in opposing the constitution.
Sorry, Secento. So the question is not about him, all right? Excuse me. The question can relax, okay? The question is not about the person asking the question. The question is very simple, and the question is very general. You are aspiring to the president of Daystar University. What principles? You're popular. People love you. You're popular. But this is about leadership and making decisions some people might not agree with. So what values do you have? What is your leadership philosophy? And which of these values are you willing for people to not like you for?
Okay, thank you.
All right?
I'll take it on.
Let me hear your wisdom.
I was giving a background lead up to it.
We do not need a background, just answer the question. All right?
Okay.
Just answer the question. No background, no commentary, just answer the question. Is that clear?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My major principle, I think I'll address it to the panel. My major principle is listening to students' grievances. That is the only way. That is the only way we are able to sort out student issues. About what I've done before, I was in the front line of opposing the constitution that was brought in by Tom's administration. I was the leader of Oppose and Fair Review, and the main reason why the constitution is being used right now is because of the impact.
Silence,
that I put
kindly.
in.
Let's hear him. Let's hear him out. We're going to hear your preferred candidate as well. So let's hear another person's preferred candidate, okay? Thank you.
Shall I repeat?
Continue.
Okay. This is what I'm saying. I fronted the Oppose and Fair Review movement, which is the reason why we're having the 2025 Constitution. I believe some of them know, but they will deny it because we're not in the same political formation right now. Thank you. I traveled day and night, making sure. Thank you. I traveled day and night, making sure that this constitution passes, and I'm the main reason why we're enjoying these fruits. Thank you.
Let's continue. Let's wrap up.
Okay. Guys, we need to calm down. These are serious issues that are affecting Daystar. And apart from yapping and ranting, tomorrow you guys, you are shouting right now, tomorrow you guys are crying. So actually, on the basis, and I want to be practical on this. My first principle is integrity, transparency. I don't entertain any form of corruption. Secondly, I've been tried, tested and approved. I served as a president in Migori Boys High School. And some of my
Kindly. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Sorry, we do not have room for questions, but let's give them room to respond. So, are you done? Thank you, Edgar. Let's give Edgar some time. Let's give him his 1 minute. Let's give Edgar his 1 minute to respond. No questions. So let's give Edgar his 1 minute to respond. Some silence. I appreciate your passion, but let's observe some silence. Thank you. Edgar?
Thank you. I believe for you to be a leader, there has to be a manifestation of integrity and accountability in your persona and character. And as such, I believe I've been able to embody all of that in my tenure as congressperson, chair for that matter for the School of Arts and Social Sciences. And I believe that is what has given me the requisite skills that I believe will be able to propel me to be president of this institution. And some of the principles that I believe are integrated and inculcated to me as an individual are living a place better than you found it, and secondly, fulfilling the promises that you make. So I believe all of that embodiment and amalgamating all of those principles and values, I believe I'll be able to be the choice as president for this university. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We are about to come to the end of today's debate. We're not going to be taking any questions. I appreciate your enthusiasm and I appreciate your energy. Now, in a very few minutes, I'm going to give our panelists a chance to talk. I'm going to introduce them. And they're going to say a few things, then you're going to close this event. Our presidential candidates, kindly remain on stage, all right? Kindly remain on stage, all right? So starting from my right, you just stand up, you can turn and so that people can see you. Yes, so he's going to introduce himself and he's going to give his remarks.
Good evening once again. My name is Ernest Mudhini. First of all, I'm very delighted to be your panelist during this debate. It was a tough one, I can tell you that. But one thing I'll appreciate from the candidates and the aspirants that we had here on stage, from the Isadu president all the way up to the president, is that they were well prepared. They were well prepared for the questions that we had for them, and most of them tried and answered them correctly. Because of time issues, I'll let my panelists introduce themselves and probably give their take. Thank you very much for making time and attend.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stacey Minor. I have been your panelist today. I would like to appreciate all the candidates that have come before, the students that they aspire to lead, and they have given them a glimpse of what they have in store for them. I really appreciate that. I also want to thank you as an audience. You have been an active and lively audience. I have been your panelist, Stacey Jerry Minor Anampi. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Collines Mieku. Thank you so much to all the aspirants. If you become Daystar's choice, please remember to serve with diligence. Leadership is a public trust. You are entrusted with that position. Also, just remember, future leaders are nurtured through this. So as you serve your people, serve them with diligence. Lastly, I appreciate you've been lively and you've asked questions, and that's so important. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tracy, and I was your panelist. Thank you so much for your collaboration, and also, having an opportunity to also ask questions. You really also helped us maybe ask questions that we didn't get to ask. That was really amazing for you to do that. So now the candidates and the aspirants have shown you what they're able to bring to the table. And now the ball is in your court to decide who you're going to choose as whoever is going to lead you in different departments. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernest. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you, Collines. And thank you, Tracy Kabai. I have been your MC. You can call me Ndichu. For those of us who are watching at home, this is Daystar Decides 2025. Who is going to be our next president? Who is going to be our next secretary general? Who is going to be our campus governor? Who will be our treasurer? And can we trust them? Can we trust that they're going to be in a line with our others as Daystar University? Servant leadership, excellence, transformation. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Shanifam. Thank you, Daystar production team.